Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, February the 24th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen, please. Thank you, Ty Man. Well, obviously, we are in for a day, guys. I mean, the SPY, this is one of the biggest gap downs we've seen in the SPY in a long time. Probably we had them back in 2020, the beginning of the pandemic, but man, oh man. So obviously, everything to do with Russia right now. So gold and energy stocks are absolutely on fire right now, and virtually everything else is down. There's no point in going over everything. Let's just take a look at some of the movers. Somebody asked, why is this Indo up? It's energy, yes, and it's a small one. I had a big day a couple of days ago, probably out of nowhere, and 1.5 million in the float. You just got to be careful. See, this is a lifetime high. Believe it or not, stick an alert around 16 and see if it takes that out and starts to run from there again. Excuse me. So that is Indo. So we've got some of these small. Another one I noticed was BRN. BRN was another small one. Excuse me. That did not run like Indo did a few days ago, but this is another small energy play. Very low float, 4.8 million in the float. And I think GBR was another one. So these are just small guys, just taking, they're just energy plays with low floats. And hard to know what's going to happen once this market opens, but man, this is going to be interesting. Now, I posted a level of 391. I doubt it's going to happen. Whoops, I guess I better not do that. But with the SPY, 391 would be a 7% decline from yesterday's close, and that would trigger a 15-minute halt. Now, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but that is an important level, obviously, to keep aware of if it starts to slide down below 400. NCLH is an earnings play. NCLH is an earnings play. Obviously not good. I don't think there's really, I can't remember, see if I have anything that is an earnings play that is up. And NCLH, of course, the cruiser, all the cruisers are down, CCL, RCL. Remember I was talking about this one. This was sort of a Johnny-come-lately in that deep sea freight transportation. Look at IMMP. It broke through $1 yesterday. And man, what a gap up this morning, all the way up to 184. It is pulling back. Of interest, though, GOGL, which is the same sector, which was kind of leading the way, is pulled back a lot. Like a lot. I mean, it's way down. Kind of interesting. Give me a moment, please. Arranging my, the YouTube chat. Yeah, good morning, YouTubers. Give me one moment here. There we go. All right, Peloton. I think it actually has had a little bit of a bounce. PTON was down. I could just go, there's so many that are down. It had a little bounce, but it is starting to move down again. PTON. No specific news. Now this one is one I shorted twice this morning. Took a small loss the first time, a small gain the second time. This is LMND. I'm still liking it. See what happens once this market opens. The spread was a little bit tough. The spread's not bad right now. It's an earnings play, and more than likely it's going to show up in my 10-day daily breakdown. It'll be an all-time low. So we'll have to see. We'll see if it does trigger there. Even if it doesn't, if it stabilizes, around that 1760 mark, and the spread doesn't go crazy, I may take the short again. And that is LMND. RCII was an earnings play after hours last night. After hours, RCII, and man, it got thumped after hours, and it is maintaining that thumping in the pre-market. So down 32%. Not very much volume. But most of the damage was done after hours yesterday. This is what I think I've seen it maybe a couple of times, but CELP earnings, little guy, energy, obviously in the right, I think it is, Oklahoma or something. Tulsa, yeah. So it's an energy play. Little guy, 4.4 million in the float. And they actually, even though we don't have it, we have it March 31st, but it looks like they've released earnings already. So, again, keep an eye on it, because you know, these are the ones flying under the radar. They're very low float, and energy obviously is going to be in play today most of the day. Wow, remember this one? Skills. Look at Skills. I mean, some of these things have just been crushed. Skills, SKLZ. This is another earnings play, an all-time low. Probably going to show up on my 10-day daily breakdown. I mean, this was a $46 stock back in about a year ago. 46.2. Another little another little oil play. We've seen this one in the past. HUSA, H-U-S-A. Okay, it's right at the 200-day moving average. Another little energy play. Boy, the list keeps going. Grab, another one that is probably making it a new low. Grab, new lifetime low, I should say. Just, you know, again, this was a $13 stock not that many months ago, 3 months ago. This is one that I really had my eye on, also in the pre-market, but the spread was terrible when I really wanted it. What is it now? Yeah, it's, well, 881.905, but when I was looking at it, it was like 8,990. But this is another one, OZON, lifetime low. Just, these things are just getting killed. Trying to Fin, FUTU, another one gapping down, little pop up here, but another one gapping down. DraftKings, after, you know, about 3 or 4 days of moving higher, DraftKings taking a tumble today, DKNG. I guess it was only 2 days moving higher. Sorry, I thought it was 3, but 2 days. I think somebody had some analyst put a $22 price target on it. But nothing is really safe today. Look at this ASAN. Oh, this was all day yesterday. All day yesterday. Look at this. I mean, you can tell because look at the daily chart, and there's no bottoming tail. Okay, in other words, it closed near the low. It basically sank all day long, and you know, it just could continue. The next area of support could be, I don't know, 35. I mean, it's hard to know. I mean, especially on a day like today. As somebody pointed out, this is a Kazakhstan stock. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. FRHC. Just as well, we didn't have shorts available at Interactive Brokers. So, because this gapped all the way down to 36, closed at 59, but it has popped right back up. So just as well, we did not have shorts available. And look at RSUL. This is cut in half. The Russian bear, cut in half. At least it was. Yeah, it was down 50% when I looked at it right down here at 6. A little bit of a rebound. Okay, so this is of course this is the Russian. Could not find the Russian. I'm sorry. This is the Russia bull. Sorry, Russia bull. Could not find a Russia bear that I could trade. You know, people were talking about RUSS, but for whatever reason, this does not enter easily into Interactive Brokers. So, and then of course there is Yandex, YNDX. Yandex. I mean, guys, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days ago, $55 stock, $21 now. Huh. Syracuse, no. Just these 3. There's no you cannot define any other, or you cannot add any other ones. You want to send something, info@trade-ideas.com as an idea. You can do that, but I wouldn't hold my breath. Okay, so there's LMND. Let's see now, LMND. It's still spready, 1743, 1765. Now it's 55. But all right, let me take a look. It is now 9:10, so let's take a look what the analysts have to say today regarding upgrades and downgrades. Should be kind of interesting. Shoot, I'm not back in it. Doggone it. The spread is still not good, but this thing just looks like it's going to crater LMND. Anyway. All right. Not that active. Okay, so I'm going to... Well, I like to see this. I do like to see this. Number one on the list of upgrades, for whatever reason, is my wife's company, Stantec. So, I like to see that. Because we're in that employee share program. Doesn't trade very much on the U.S. Stock Exchange, so, but I'm surprised. Don't often see it mentioned at all. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I got the downgrades in now. Just 3 more to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com. Wow, YNDX now just took out 20. Lemonade, lemonade, lemonade. It just was a little right. This looks like it's just going to really crater, guys. The reason I take these in the pre-market, of course, is because it's down 24% and don't have to worry about the uptick rule. So you guys have been talking about Moderna. I didn't really see it. You guys have been talking about it. Yeah, nice. And it's actually an earnings play. Okay. Mick, are you really? What city? Okay, guys. Just looking at anything that might be bouncing and not seeing anything. Well, CEI is another little energy play, isn't it? Yeah, pretty low float, also 25 million in the float. Look at the volume. Under $1 though, so, and there's a 200-day moving average, but yeah, it's a big pop, 43%, 26 million, so it's traded the float already. Well, let's take a look at the indices, guys, or the major sectors. Doc channel bar. I know what I'm going to see. I'm going to see energy 100%. And probably everything else. No, not quite 100%. Who's the one energy? Who's down? HFC is down. Is this an earnings play? No, down 11%. So this is an earnings play, actually. HFC is an earnings play. Okay. So this is is the only one in the sector that makes up, or the stocks that make up XLE. It's the only one that's down, and it's down, quite a bit. And everything else is down. So, okay, I mean, there's really nothing more to look at. There's no other sector that is even has a glimmer of hope to start. Maybe materials. They talk about material. I mean, it's only 7%, but that might rally a little bit. But other than that, I mean, it's energy, guys, today, so far. Now, of course, we get words that, tensions are easing again. You never know what can happen, especially with energy. We saw that a few days ago. We saw this on this day here. Remember, 2 days ago, energy was soaring in the pre-market, and then all of a sudden it just sold off. So again, I reiterate, if you won't short, then you're probably going to be sitting on your hands for a while. We might get some bounce plays. This could turn into my favorite day. My favorite day being a big gap down and then a recovery over the course of the day, or at least for an hour. Okay, give us an hour of green. But otherwise, well, energy, T-Rich, energy. That is the most affected sector. And we already talked about wheat. Somebody said there's also a drought, but I mean, look at wheat. And we were talking, I hadn't seen this one. I'd never seen this one before. Never. We were watching it a couple of days ago when it broke over 7, and then yesterday over 8, and now over 9. Yeah, I do see that ENSV also. It's another cheap one. Another cheap one. 11 million in the float, just over $1 now. Here's another one that's actually up. This is not an energy play, is it? LNTH? No, so this is up. This is okay, guys. This is a. Didn't really see this one. This is an all-time high now. LNTH. LNTH all-time high. Now, are there shorts available? Yes, there are. Because hard to believe that this, anything depends what the market does, of course. But this is an earnings play, LNTH, and a huge pop. Not sure why I missed that one. I think I was just looking at all the shorts, or the ones that were down. So LNTH, definitely something to watch, because I mean it's an all-time high, obviously, and a great reaction to its earnings. And this is all pre-market. There was no hint this was going to happen. I mean, look at the trading. I mean, in advance, yes, but look at the trading. The 4 or 5 days, there was no big pop. Yeah, I noticed some of the other big guys. Snap was down, a lot. Twitter was down, PWTR was down. I mean, there's really nothing that isn't down, really. Facebook underneath 200. Believable. I think SJI is a buyout. SGI is a buyout also, though. It might be earnings, but it's also a buyout. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, it said a correction because this is what I read earlier about acquired by a private investment vehicle advised by JP Morgan. Okay, so this is actually a buyout. SGI, sorry. Okay. Oh, I see. I see. That's what they had to. Yeah, I read that. It seemed that the fund was owned by J.P. Morgan, but they advise. Okay, they advise this fund, so they don't own it. So that was the revision, but it's the same. They're being bought. Yeah, no, and the other, of course, some defense stocks. NOC, LMT, Lockheed. Some of the defense stocks are probably up. Well, and don't forget LNTH, the one that I kind of missed, LNTH. I mean, here's another one, the Marine Patrol. We haven't seen this one for a while. MARPS used to be very active. Another one that is up, MARPS, but it's starting to fade a bit. We can continue to watch this LMND. It has been very erratic this morning in the pre-market, but I'm going to keep watching it to see if it has that collapse once the market opens. And this one, good grief, Nicola. Another earnings play, guys. All-time low, NKLA. I'm sure this will probably show up in the 10-day daily breakdown. Yeah, Raytheon is another one, right? RTX, another defense stock. And Tesla, under 700 now, right around 700. Morning, Paul. Yeah, no, I mean, there's really nothing safe other than energy plays, right? Well, safe. I mean, that's the obviously going to be the positive sector for probably for the day. Again, depending on what news reports we get out from that area of the world. What's that DWAC doing? Earnings play, LNTH, it's an earnings play. So, reaction to earnings is spectacular. Well, not necessarily. I mean, obviously, I mean, I didn't read the earnings report, but obviously they've guided well. They had a great quarter. Obviously, it's an all-time high. This stock was never really dropping, you know, like the rest of the market. It was always on the rise. Now, what I said is though that I mean, yeah, right. I mean, if this market continues to drop, I mean, if we open here and then we continue to drop, yeah, I mean, I would expect a stock like this, you know, to not continue where it is. Certainly not keep going up, but you just have to wait. Boy, look at that ozone. What's the spread like now? OZON. Yeah, 869. I mean, they make it almost untradeable. No, this is oh, okay. Well, I'm going to guess that this is a Russia stock. Alexander Shulgin. I'm going to guess. For some reason, we don't have the flag. I'm going to go to the profile. I'd have to just see here. Cyprus, but it's probably. I remember this one. Somebody said yesterday this was a Russia stock. Yes. So that's the reason. All right, guys, we are almost getting set for this open. So again, energy to start. There's another little energy play probably. EQ, well, not so little, I guess. EQNR, all-time high now. All-time high. EQNR. And I just got a little ding, which means there must be less than a minute to the open. Yes, thank you, William. Always reminding me. Well, let's try to have a good trading day today, guys. Again, if you won't short, then you're probably going to sit in your hands for a bit. You know, we may get a rally. I don't know. Yeah, so a 13% decline in the SPY would be, it'd have to get down to 391. 391. So and that would trigger a 15-minute halt. Sorry, 7%. Sorry, 7%. Well, you can't, Tony, you can't see the AI. The AI is part of the premium service. That's the only one that has suggested entry and exits, okay? So you need our premium service for that, okay? Now, when you say the console is the same between standard, I mean, it's the same look, if that's what you mean. Wow, LMND just absolutely ripped here. Came off those lows. Interesting. All right, guys, actually we're getting, it's funny, this LMND, big rally here. Oops. Guys, did you just lose your data in Interactive Brokers? We still have data. And we have a halt. 1M halted. No, Tony, you cannot. You cannot see, if to use the AI, you have to have our premium service. Yeah, you know, this might be, I don't know other brokerage platforms, but there's probably a lot of selling happening. You know, maybe some of these brokers are being overloaded right at the beginning. Our data provider is still good. I did not get logged out. I got the gentleman saying market data correct or connection lost, but it's back now. I did not get logged out of IB. Oh, look at LNTH though. LNTH continued higher here, continued higher. Okay, Tony, do you understand? If you want to see the AI, you have to have our premium service. Yeah, what I'm seeing, I've got some thumbnail charts that I'm looking at, and you know, look at Peloton. We're getting a lot of bounces actually. Oh, I have no idea. Yandex. I know. The last thing I said about Yandex is it took out 20. Oh man, down to 14. My IB is fine. Anyway, guys, I don't usually trade in the first 15. What a bounce for LMND. This has really surprised me. Whoa. So I saw that Yandex hit the 10-day daily breakdown at 1740. Just too early for me. Interesting. Apache? Is this a... Oh, no, not Apache. It is a... Yeah, well, I think it used to be called Apache, but APA, energy play. Let's take a look at XLE to see if we're... Yeah, look at this. This is like 2 days ago, guys. Remember this day? Energy, everything in the pre-market was up. And then the market opened, and look at all the, well, this is the major ETF for the energy sector. Look what it's doing. All right, let's take a look at some of these halts. So 1M got halted. It's due to open in about 40 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. ERUS got halted on the way up. No, this is the Russia ETF. Okay, a Russia ETF halted on the way up. BMRN got halted, big one, $76. W got halted. Wayfair, wow, almost back to, almost even. I mean, this was down. This was, I mean, it's down to $92. So we're getting a lot of pops here. Okay, so 1M just opened. 1M just opened. And CPTN was halted. This was a really active one a few days ago. Got up to $81. So CPTN was halted on the way up. Wow. All right, well, let's take a look at the SPY, the markets as we speak. So the Dow's down 800, NAS is down 341, the SPY is down 98. Again, it's only down 2.3%. I say only, 7% would trigger a halt. All right, I got to take a look at this LMND, if this is a bit of a top here. I'm a little late. Shoot. And you're right. William actually got halted on the way up. Yandex just got halted on the way up. YNDX halted on the way up. All right, man, oh man, a lot of action, a lot of halts, which would to be expected. So what is 1M? What do they do? Office? Where are they out of? San Francisco. Meanwhile, high flyer, Indo, with the rest of the energy stocks are. Keep an eye on XLE, guys. Keep an eye on XLE. See if, I mean, this is straight down. When you say it's crazy, I'm assuming a bounce, ASAN. Yes. Wow. This is when I mentioned that the CEO had bought a ton of shares in the 60 to 70 very recently. Like millions of dollars. All right, guys, LMND. I'm watching you for a big collapse now. Another halt or a resume for Wayfair, Wayfair. But look at this. Oh, man. Up to 120, right back down to, wow. I mean, we've got some wild, wild swings now. All right, Dish. Dish on the way down here. All right, so Cameco is up, you would think. Well, it's interesting. I mean, Cameco, uranium play, CCJ. This can be a runner all day. It's going counter to energy, XLE. The high yesterday was 21.28, so it's very close to that high. Got all these some areas, it might have a shot to that 22 mark. It's probably because it depends on your internet connection, I guess, but it may be because you're losing connection, Denver. That happened to me right off the bat, but it recovered very quickly. So other than that, I can't help you. Be interesting to see if what the AI comes up with today. Yeah, Cameco guys, CCJ, I just mentioned it. Taking out yesterday's high, 21.28. And a resumption for Yandex, YNDX. But a little pop, but that didn't look like, not a big pop for sure. Well, nothing happens in the AI until at least 9:35 Syracuse, and now it's just a matter of are any stocks meeting the filter requirements? Okay. It's just like right here, obviously, right now, no stocks are making any in the filters that I've got basic new highs. Wow, Cameco guys, CCJ, rippage here. CCJ. What's XLE doing now? Is it, no, it is still selling off. So these energy plays are just selling off. Mr. Real, good morning. Absolute rippage for CCJ, guys. It's funny because I saw you in the pre-market and it was actually down. But here's another energy play. Okay, you. Energy, uranium play. Wow, Cameco, I mean, if you took it, I didn't, but man, oh man, look at Cameco go, CCJ. This is sort of the leader. Well, I think it's probably one of the biggest uranium players in the world. Okay, here's a gap down and go, GOL, so the airline. Gap down and reverse, TSP, gap down and reverse. It's early though, it is early. I don't know why, I keep watching this LMND to see if it wants to have this collapse. Sitting right around here, see if it really starts to break down again. This is an earnings play, it was an all-time low, down here of course. So W just opened again. Can't help you, Denver. Sorry, you're going to have to, I don't know what to say. So we're getting a lot of gap down and reversals right now, okay? I'm seeing a lot of gap down and reversals. Including that LMND. Wow. I'm about to switch gears on that one. So this is what I'm talking about, guys. Look at all these gap down and reverse, gap down and reverse. There's Hertz, I think, is an earnings play also. HTZ, I think that's an earnings play also. HTZ. Now, are these going to keep reversing? I mean, that's the million-dollar question right now. Man, I should have, yeah, flipped the script on that LMND. This is just ripping now off that 20. It's not like the market is putting in a giant green bar either. So this is really interesting, seeing all these gap down and reversals. Yeah, I would have thought I would see a big green bar. We've got, the first one was green, but a little one here. This is just going wild. The gap down and reverse. If you've got that scan from me. Nothing from the AI yet. Wow, LMND, I did not get it. I was trying to get it right around that 25 mark, and I just couldn't get the fill I wanted. And it's just hard for me to believe that moves like this can be sustained. All right, guys, remember this one from yesterday, AMTD. This is now halted. This one from yesterday had the crazy action at the end of the day. The last, well, that started at what, 2 o'clock, I guess, 2 o'clock, 2:15? 2 o'clock. Low float. Well, I don't know what the float. Maybe it's not super low, but it had crazy action. Went from 360 all the way up to 8 in about an hour. So keep an eye on this one. I'd be watching for a break, maybe a 557, which looks like around the pre-market highs for this AMTD. Okay, guys. Well, we're in rally mode. Definitely, we got now 2 green bars. Definitely in rally mode right now. Take a look at that XLE again to see if no, this is a big sell-off for energy. Big sell-off. Very interesting. Meanwhile, Cameco just continues. I'm sorry, this is not Cameco, this is Carnival. So the cruisers probably, like a lot of stocks now, have bounced. You know, NCLH actually has earnings today, got, thumped. But my guess is, so CCL is bounced a little more than NCLH. No, there's nothing in the AI yet, Alan. Okay, nothing happens till at least 9:35. Okay, but there's just no alerts yet. So this is what it looks like. Yep, nothing happening yet. Well, I said this could turn into my favorite day. A big gap down and then a recovery. Okay, this little one, I don't know about this one. Maps? I thought it was the other one. I thought it was the REIT. Maps is an earnings play, MAPS earnings play, and it is, let's take a look left. The next high looking left is 563, is that correct? 529 actually. A little bit of area here maybe to get through. Too bad. If I had a clear shot to 6, this would be an interesting play, MAPS. All right, Mosaic, guys, MOS, Mosaic, fertilizer cores, almost an all-time high. The all-time high is probably here at 47.55, so it's almost an all-time high. All right, I see this AMTD resumed. I have an alert set up in this area here around 550. Those are the pre-market highs. See if it takes this out again. And who knows, might have a run. Got up to almost $8 yesterday. All right, just checking some thumbnail charts and seeing if there's anything interesting happening. All right, GSK, not an earnings play, GSK, wow, right on the 200-day moving average. What is it, 41.26? Right on it, right on it. It takes that out, look out below, guys, for this GSK. Ticked off. I did not get I wanted to get this at around 2020, 2025. I just could not get the fill I wanted. LMND. So another big gap down and reverse. We're seeing a lot like this right now. Now, how long is this going to last? So a lot of these, excuse me, a lot of these gap down and reversals, unless the market keeps, moving higher, you would think that they're going to stall at some point. The Peloton, another huge bounce for Peloton. Well, huge, $2. And here's a Russia stock, guys, at MBT, a little Russia stock, MBT. Big float, 280 million in the float. Bouncing. I'm going to take a look at the sectors now. I mean, energy. Yeah, look at this. Amazing, isn't it? When we looked at this 10 minutes before the market opened, all but one stock was up from yesterday's close. Now only 9% of them are up. And HFC, probably should have looked at HFC and shorted the you know what out of it. Just, where is HFC? Well, because it was the only one that was down. Now, there's no massive recovery in any one of the sectors yet, but wow, look, I mean, that's just like 2 days ago or 3 days ago with XLE. Well, if you just started trading last week, don't beat yourself up by anything. Everything looks great in retrospect with all these bounces, okay? I mean, look at the airlines. My guess is Jets is bouncing. Yeah, look at here's the airline ETF, Jets. The meme stock, Bed Bath & Beyond, bouncing. Still nothing from the AI. I mean, this gap, this gap scanner has just been going crazy on the gap down and reverse side. All right, this RXT is an interesting one. I mean, it had earnings yesterday, got absolutely clobbered early, but it recovered all day long. I mean, it got as low as around, what is that low here? Excuse me, 728, but it closed at 946. I mean, there's a $2 pop from the low, and it is continuing, even in the face of this market. Even this morning, I was, watching it. It wasn't getting trounced or anything. So this is now above. Yeah, well, this is way above. I'm sorry, 951 was the high yesterday, so it's just a little bit above that. Keep an eye on this. I mean, this could, if this holds, and as long as the market doesn't collapse again, this RXT could have another run in it. Not very much volume, at 2.6 times normal, but oh, I mean, hard for me to know. I mean, you'd have to actually send me your the cloud link. If you went back historical, and then you're going to real time. I mean, it's possible that there are no alerts. I mean, I don't know. It's hard for me to know. You've got a green ball that shows that you are connected. Yeah, it's very possible that these early pops now, these early recoveries, on the gap down and reverse, we could see a big reversal now. Well, do you know how to put a cloud link in of, say, an alert window? And I can take a look at it. As long as it's not a layout. Show me a window that is not populating. I'll see if it populates on my end or there's some reason. Keep an eye on VIR, guys. I mean, it's not dropping with the market yet, VIR. It's actually an earnings play. It's trying to come back a bit, VIR. Well, there's band. You guys are talking about band. It's just showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown now. And all-time low. Wow. And it is an earnings play, so an all-time low. Nothing is holding that up as we speak. It's called gap continuation or reverse, JP. It's not on. It's in my website. On my website, you just have to find it. It's called gap continuation or reverse. Okay. Hi, Karen. So, okay, it's not populating. What is it? No, I can't. It doesn't load. What are you trying to tell me? It is not populating. Are you talking about the gap continuation or reverse? Okay, well, let me see. I'll go to my. I'm going to click on my home page. I'm going to go to my click here. Here are my scans. Gap continuation. I'm going to click on it. Oh, no. No. Oh, I made a big mistake last night. I got rid of a lot of, I have duplicates, and I was going through my, all my alerts and everything, and I had a bunch of duplicates, and that must, all right, I'll have to, I can give you the cloud link, or the doc, okay? I'm going to have to shoot. This is the doc version of it. I do apologize. Yikes, it could be a lot that I've... Okay, so if you make sure you say this is what you'll see, okay? So so Jaime, are you talking about my gap continuation or reverse? That nothing's happening in there? Is that the same thing, or was it one of your alert windows? Okay, well let me take a look. Okay, well it's populating for me. Not sure what I'm not sure what you're doing then. This is what I see. So I really don't know how to help you because if it didn't, you can see right now I just loaded it and there it is, and I'm getting alerts. So I don't know how to help you, Jaime. I mean, if I weren't getting anything, then I'd say okay, there's got to be something going on. But real time is checked. TRD, I can't help you. You're going to have to send your log files, okay, and they'll have to check to see what's happening. I can't help you there. I don't know. You're going to. So if you go to help and send files to support, okay, you do have to get rid of. You have an open short position. You have to get rid of it. If I can understand what happened, you got out of a position, but you had a stop below, and then that created a short out of it potentially. Mr. Zach, you have been missed. Well, the gap, I mean, this gap continue. So what is the market doing now? So a bit of a bottoming tail here. So, this rally may not be over. Even real is reversing. Gap down and reverse for real. Man, this is. I got a sound alert on here. Luckily, it's just the new Windows 11 very gentle melodic sound, so it's not driving me crazy. But it is just going crazy. Look at this, all the gap down and reversals. There's GDYN, which is not a gap down and reverse. It's a gap down and go. VIR, take out 27. Yeah, you'd have to send your log files, TRD. It's hard for me to help you. I can't help you. I'd have to see that. You'd have to see the log. Somebody has to take a look at the log files to see what might have happened. Okay. Typically, though, something like this could happen. If you put a stop in, let's just say I took this GDYN. Okay, I wanted to take it right here. I put a stop underneath, and maybe it moves higher, and I exit with a profit. If you don't get rid of your stop, and it hits it and it moves back down to that stop position, I believe it turns into a short. Now in the simulator, I don't know if that's a bug or so you have to be careful. And you'd have to go into the orders and delete that stop. Well, it's one of the ones I mentioned that, you know, depending what the market's going to do, is a potential short. Yeah, I mean, on the top. It was hard to believe that it would just maintain. I didn't get it. I was busy with something else. But yes, something to definitely, I said, you know, you watch that one. One more pop. Give me one more pop. VIR, VIR. There's another, I mean, there's so many of these gap down reverse. I do apologize for, I can't believe I did that. Always save everything to the cloud. Absolutely save everything to the cloud. Glad you showed up though, Zach. Have whatever you're doing. We'll see you Tuesday, yes. There is one, yeah, BRN. So it's a little one. It's a very little one, and it's an energy play. High in the pre-market for this one was 322. Oh, I don't know, bottom fishing. I mean, NCLH, yeah, take that off topic, but NCLH had earnings, okay? I mean, it's still down, but you know, like a lot of stocks have bounced, they've gapped down and reversed. You know, so they're just you know, people looking for bottom plays right now. No other reason, in my opinion. This just will not quit this gap continuation or reverse. All right, real is over 7 now, and the next high is, wow, way up here around 8. This is an interesting one. Come on, real. Real, buy you. Even skills is bouncing. SKLZ. Come on, Veer. Well, he has his own symbol. Okay, so T Rich, there's no such thing as guaranteed. Okay? But I mean, if somebody wants to chime in, they can go ahead. There's no such thing as a guarantee. Growth over years. I mean, you bought Microsoft today, maybe, who knows? Apple, I don't know. But I mean, there's no such thing as a guarantee. Well, okay, I am the wrong person to ask on something like that because I'm not I don't hold for years or months or anything. So definitely the wrong person. But you might get some opinions. Waiting for one more pop for real. What a day, guys. I mean, this has turning into my favorite day by far. Big gap down. Now we've had an hour, almost an hour of straight up. I mean, this scan is just going crazy. You could just almost take your pick. Yeah, look at this. Great recovery, guys. I mean, NAS is only down 42 now. And Veer is really working for me here. Okay, traded out of the real. I was hoping it would get into the mid-30s. It might later, but I'm out of the real now. Got to concentrate on... I want to concentrate on that RXT now. RXT had the little pullback. It's still at yesterday's high. Okay, still a big gap to potentially fill. If this market keeps rallying like this could start to move. Let's see if it moves a little bit of move on volume for RXT. goodness. Oh boy, my big miss though, LMND. Wow. I don't know if anybody got this one, but that is just a, big miss. 2025 is trying to get it at. Whew. Okay, guys, I've taken some off the VIR. Do not want to lose sight of this RTX. Not RTX. The other one. Sorry, RXT. My goodness, RXT. You don't want to lose sight of this RXT. Longer it holds this area, and we get some little bit of volume coming in. All right, now we bit of a topping tail now on the SPY. Bit of a topping tail, okay? So you got to watch this candle pretty closely. Okay, I'm all out of the VIR now. I don't want to mess around with what might happen. Yeah, look at Indo. Indo's a mess. I had an alert set up here. Indo's a bit of a mess. I told you TRD, you have to send your, I think what's happening is that you got a stop that you had perhaps in a position and you got out of the position, but you also got to remove your stop, okay? If you want, go to our home page. I asked that you send the files. Okay, I asked that you send the files, okay, to just go into help and about and send the log files, send files through support. Otherwise, go to our homepage and ask the question, okay? I think that's what's happening, but all right, guys. Now be careful of your bounces. If you took these bounces, I mean, there's a big a topping tail now in the SPY, and we got a red candle forming, so some of these bounces may be over. I'm out of everything now. Okay, TRD, click on from our toolbar, click on help, and then send files to support, okay? Help, and then send files to support. Or you can ask the question. Yeah, I should have mentioned that, Jaime. Yeah, when in doubt, just restart. You know, I should have said to do that. Crude inventory usually is at 10:30. Usually at 10:30. One of the reasons I didn't like the BRN from the AI is that it's an energy play. Now, listen, it could have been completely trading on its own, but unless energy, I mean, energy finally had this was a massive sell-off at the beginning. Oh, that I don't know, William. That I don't know. All right, guys. Well, I'm a little late on this, but it is 10:30. So first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format: Monday to Thursday. Monday to Thursday, I wish. Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. And we do have a promotion on right now. Now, I do apologize. I'm going to show you my home page, and in the scan section, I really made a mess of it last night. Rookie mistake. Okay, if you click on my home page, link. And when you do that, you will see okay, so here you go. So here is the promo code to use right now. Test drive sale, all in caps, for 20% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. We've had a big price reduction in our annual, okay? So there are 4 plans: annual, monthly, premium, and standard. Now, the premium annual is $19.99, okay? What they're doing here is $167. If you divide 12 into $19.99, that's what you get. However, that's not really true right now because you can still get a 20% discount off this. Okay, so what does that bring it down to? About $1,600. Okay, also the standard, $9.99, but again, a 20% discount brings it down to $800 or so. Okay, so these numbers would be reduced too. Okay, so that's if you want to take out an annual. This is what I would do. If you don't know this program and you're wondering, you don't have to take an annual yet. Start off with a standard, premium, okay? This is the monthly rate. You can take 20% off that first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'd pay going forward. But within 20 days, within 30 days of taking out a subscription, if you decide you'd like to upgrade to an annual, we'll honor the 20%. So, my recommendation, if you don't know that you don't know this program well enough, you're still wondering, don't take an annual subscription. You can just try us for another month, and you can always get that 20% if you do it within 30 days, okay? All right, Trade of the Week is sent to you. These are free sections. The Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a Stock of the Day video at noon Eastern, and all the education is here. Most of it is geared specifically to trade ideas, of course. We have a big user guide, and it's all sectioned out. So if you're looking for information about alert windows or top list windows, the stock racing, please take the time to check these out if you're interested in any one of these sections. Okay, stock racing is getting more popular and all. You can just click on it and you'll see it's got some text. It has 2 videos, so take the time, okay, if you're interested. Now the other thing is, before I would do that though, I would probably just look at the 20 introductory lessons. Because this is really quick. What is a top list? Build a top list. These are all the basic features very quickly explained. And then you can go to the user guide for more detail. And also, This user guide is searchable. Full table of contents. Normally I'd see it over here. I don't know why. Maybe I expand it. No. But it is a searchable table of contents, okay? Daily support. So I do take a break at around noon. And one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday. It should be Jamie. I'll confirm that before I take my break. I will put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there between 12 and 1. And of course, Chris is there when I shut down the main room. He's there between 3:30 and 4:30, Monday to Friday. Daily webinars, we should be back to a normal schedule next week. So you can sign up for them all here. And then back to basics. So this is, this is a general introduction to trading. Starts off with what is a stock? All free. Now, here are my scans. Now, I do apologize. Some of them may not work. I went through and I cleaned up a lot of my repetitive ones, the ones I had copied over and over and over again. And so some of these may not work. I do apologize. If you see one that doesn't work, just let me know. I know the gap continuation or reverse doesn't work. So I'm going to have to look at this, after the market closes, and I'll make all the adjustments again. But here are all the scans that I am sharing. A moment. Yeah, index, yes. YNDX is Russia, yes. All right. Yeah, but you're going against the trend, with BRN. It's an energy play, and energy was so strong early, but you're going against the trend. Now, resistance, I don't know. I mean, the pre-market high was 323. I mean, that might be some resistance. 312 might be some resistance. High over here at 324 also. So you've got little areas. It's a very spotty looking daily chart. Just a matter of looking left. I mean, whether these little areas, these little highs here are resistance. I mean, we don't know, but I mean, it's amazing how often if you just look left on a daily chart, if you don't see anything on the daily chart, look on the weekly chart. You don't see it there, look on the monthly chart, and just check to see where the next highs are. They can stall. Okay, so what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas, okay? Now, I showed you in my homepage, I'm sharing a lot of scans. But of course, if you want to build your own scan, you can. So this is an example of a scan, the basic new highs. So if I right-click, configure, and this is the format every time you go into an alert window or a top list window. Right-click, configure, and then click on summary. And it's going to tell you what it's looking for. Okay, so if you have my scans, that's all you have to do. Is you're wondering what is it really looking for? All you have to do is look in the summary. So in this particular scan, stocks between 1 and 20. Current volume is at least 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal up to this point of the day. 400,000 shares, etc. I'm just showing you the concept that when you build your own scans, you always start off with some filters and then some kind of a trigger. So in this particular case, my trigger is a new high of the day. So if a stock meets these requirements and it makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks. Okay, obviously, that's why you have filters. If you just said, well, show me stocks making new highs of the day, you'd be inundated. So the good news about building your own scans, you don't have to learn a programming language. So now I'm seeing a lot of reversals now, guys. Look at the VIR that I was in. You know, you can't take your eyes off these things. I mean, look, it's basically tracking the market. So you don't have, if you want to build your own scans, you do not have to learn a programming language. I right click on the alert window, configure. Now I click on search. These icons, these represent all of the alerts that we have. Here's the new high, new low. We have a lot of alerts, a lot of different alerts, okay? And when I scroll down, these icons represent the filters that we have. Now, don't get hung up on how many alerts and filters that we have. You know, some people say, oh my gosh, I can't learn this program. Look at all the filters. Look at all the alerts. You don't have to learn them all. You know, we have a lot because for the majority of our customers, thousands of customers that we have, all sorts of different trading styles, we feel we've created enough of them that they can combine them. People can combine, our subscribers can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. All right, so it's a matter of, you know, if you're wondering, well, what do they have for RSI? You just, in the search, you just click on RSI. It's going to tell you. What do they have for stochastics? Okay, you just, whoops, you just start typing in the search, it's going to tell you. You know, what sort of volume alerts and filters do they have? Just start typing in volume. You're going to see them all. Okay? So this is all searchable. So again, you can build your own scans if you want. You can take my scans and also from our toolbar, if you click on New, Dock Channel Bar, these are all themed-based channels. So if I click on Momentum as an example, this is going to give you a layout. Okay, so if you looked at this this one, it seems is a very popular scan, Momentum. Again, right-click, configure, summary. This is telling you what it's looking for. So if you like this scan the way it is, you can always, I'm going to show you how you can do it. You just save it to the cloud. And the whole idea is that you can go to the different channels and start extracting scans that you might like to make part of your layout. Now, if you didn't like this exactly, for instance, maybe you wanted a different price range. And same thing with my scans, you know, you can always tweak them or, you know, make changes to them. So if I wanted to change that to 10 and 100, click on the summary, you see how it's changed. So you can go into the filters. You can, you know, maybe once you get used to using Trade Ideas, maybe you can add some filters of your own, get rid of some of the ones we have if that's what you want to do. You can always fine tune the scans to your own trading style. So let's just say, now I'm going to say okay, and this has changed, okay? You see how this has changed to 10 and 100. If I leave this channel and I come back, the change is not saved. The reason being is that the channels are for everybody, okay? And the fact that you want to make a change to it does not necessarily reflect what everybody else wants. So just remember that. But what I'm really trying to just show you is that you can go to the individual channels, start extracting scans that you might like. You can make a change if you want. And then if you're satisfied with it as it is, or if you make a change, then you right click, duplicate into a free floating window, and you know, pop them on my other monitor. And now you right click and you save or share to cloud, and you save it. Okay, you just save it, and now it's in the cloud. I'm not going to do it because I'm going to show you how you then basically, if you go through the different channels and start doing that, scan at a time, then you can file, load from cloud. And if I type in Momo, if I had saved it, you would see it right at the top. But if I type in Momo, you know, there it is. Okay, then you just load it. And you just keep doing that with all the scans that you may have saved. And that's how you can create your own layout without actually knowing how to create any scan in the first place if you don't want to do that. Okay? You know, you do it a couple of times and then you know, maybe the first, it might be a little confusing, but it's all in the guide also, okay? But, the first few times will be a little bit confusing, but you do it a few times and, it just becomes second nature. All right, let me talk a little bit about the AI. So what is AI doing? So actually a nice short for NTAP and a nice short for Zeta. Okay, I can see these right here. This long here, not doing anything yet, but a couple of, this is a nice one here for a short on an NTAP and a nice short on Zeta. How to watch the AI? If you go to our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, make it easy. This is what you're going to see. Okay, nothing happens until at least 9:35. You notice that your first alert was at 10:13. So what I would do is I would take this window and I would incorporate it as part of your layout. So then when you load trade ideas tomorrow, this window will be blank. Assuming you load trade ideas before 9:30, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. And how you trade them will be up to you. I use it like a watch list. I never get hung up in having to get in right at the entry. I'd like to see how things are trading and all that. And, so again, there's no video that's going to say, well, this is how you do it. Really, you have an entry, you have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. And last, Brokerage Plus. This window that you see that is called Brokerage Plus. This big blue window here. Okay, so this Brokerage Plus link has two videos. There's a short video that shows you if you have an interactive brokerage account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? The short video shows you how you do that. You'll notice when it says Brokerage Plus, underneath it says there's two options, live and simulation. You have to watch that first video. Again, if you have an IB or E-Trade account, you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It means you just don't have access to this feature. That's all it means. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. But this little feature is available if you have an IB or E-Trade account. And again, only available if you're using our app. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this. And how I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator. Okay? Because if you're new to trading, please, please, please practice trading first. Do not commit money to the market until you have practiced trading. Our simulator uses our real-time data. It doesn't matter who your broker is, okay? Because it's using our real-time data. In fact, you don't even need a broker. If you're still undecided about which broker you want, you just use our standard service and you can practice trading using our simulator. Oh, I'm missing some good shorts here. I know this was a good short right off the bat, but HHR is showing up in my 10-day daily breakdown. So again, getting back to the simulator. So you've got to practice trading, all right? And harsh reality, if you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money when you start to trade your account. You've got to be able to make money in the simulator, okay? If you can't, just forget about trading. Fortunately, even if you can make money in the simulator, it doesn't absolutely mean you'll make money when you start to trade, because when you start to trade, it becomes way more emotional. You practice in a simulator, it's just sort of play money, right? You take a loss, oh well, you move on. It doesn't really affect you. But when you start to trade with your money, it becomes way more emotional. And all the rules that you may have had in place by practicing, sometimes they get thrown out the window. Okay, so trading is not easy. I'm not trying to dissuade anybody from trading, but you've got to put the time in. We're a scanner. What we do is we can create good ideas for you, but that doesn't mean every time I see an alert I just take the trade. Same with the AI. If just because I get an AI alert doesn't mean I just take the trade. Look at this one. MNDT. This is not an earnings play for whatever reason. I don't even understand what this means. It introduces trending evil quarterly report series. It's not loading for me. So this is the news. Oh, I see. Okay, so it's some kind of cybersecurity. All right, well, okay, so now that was just a momentary pause in maybe this uptrend, guys. Momentary. It wasn't certainly a big red candle. Okay, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Another one that is a gap down or reverse is the DISC-K, D-I-S-C-K, still. But Deutsche Bank continues its slide. This is an earnings play? Now, not even an earnings play. Through the 200-day moving average, DB. Another gap down in reverse. Sono. Little pullback here. Sono over the whole number now, 26. High yesterday was 26.93, so it has some room. Okay, so I just want to show you how you can use the simulator. You just click on, I'm going to disconnect. I'm going to disconnect from, excuse me, the simulation. So what you should be seeing then is not connected. Okay, and then you just click on sim. and then select account. And then simulated trading default should show up. Okay, I'm going to give you, man. I hope you don't mind. Well, I guess I can break this out. Guess I can create a free. I made a big mistake. So let me just duplicate into a free floating window. And now I'm going to, because I'm sure I'm going to get asked this a lot today. So okay, so here it is, Kieran. Now, oh, I'm really going to have to do some work after hours here. What happened? You're going to hear a sound, okay? And you want to get rid of it. Okay, it's just a, well, if you have Windows 11, but if you want to get rid of the sound, just go to Properties, Actions, and uncheck that Play Sound. It is really active today. Super active today, okay? And you might not want to hear it. Windows 11, I don't mind it. It's just a general sort of harmonic. It's not that annoying beep. But it's going wild today. I mean, this gap, here it goes again. It's okay, guys. So that was just a momentary pause so much in that uptrend. We have another green candle forming. You see a lot of stocks are looking will probably have a green candle that look like this on the daily chart. A lot of stocks will look like this above the open. Or the next high looking left for plug is 21.45. So it's got room as long as the market keeps doing this. So let's take this trade. Let's just take plug. I just want to show you how you do it, okay? Let's take a couple hundred shares of plug. We're going to buy it right at the market. This is in the simulator. It's a 1 cent spread, so that's fine. So I'm putting a stop at 1977. I'll explain why. You'll see a red line on the chart that says minus almost $100, minus 99. Okay, I'm just going to go quickly over this. You know, I do this, I try to do it every day, but I'm trying to do it a little more quickly today. I want to get back to looking at some of these interesting setups. So when you get into trading, in my opinion anyway, you should have some kind of a checklist that unless you can check every box, do not take the trade. In other words, you really should be looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. You can't check all the boxes, just forget about it, be selective. Now I can't tell you what your, I don't, it all depends on your style of trading. I can't tell you, well, this is what you should be looking for. I know what I look for. Most of the things are already checked in my scans. In other words, I know I'm going to see the price range I want, a minimum volume I want, a minimum relative volume. So a lot of the things are already checked for me based on my scans. Then my next step is clicking on the alert, and then I sort of examine how I think it's trading, what's the market doing, how much room does it have when I look left on a daily, weekly, monthly. Okay, so I'm sizing that up. So assuming I have been able to check every box, then I take the trade. The next step is having a stop, because even though every box can be checked and it looks like a fantastic setup and a great, got great news, great earnings, whatever, even the best setups don't work all the time. So I always have a price I'm going to get out if it doesn't work. So now, what I would do if I were starting out, what I would be doing is, because the whole concept of placing a stop, you might say, well, that makes sense, but where am I going to place it? Now, what I typically do is I size up a chart and I sort of think to myself, okay, this is where I think a support area is. But that's my idea of looking at a chart. An easier way, if you're starting out, might be just to do it this way. Take the low of the previous 5-minute candle. Okay, it's a defined price. There's no kind of sizing up. You know exactly what that price is. And you can practice. Starting in that fashion. So knowing where your stop is and knowing where you're getting into the trade, that will share size you. What do I mean by that? Okay, well, the next step is this, is if you have a $5,000 account, you probably shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. You may not last long. So in the simulator, I'm always demonstrating risking $100 on the trade. That's why you see this minus 99. So if the trade works against me, the worst I want to do is to lose approximately $100. Now, my style of trading is I always keep the trade, my risk amount about the same every single trade. So I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 200 the next, 50 the next, 500 the next. It's all about the same, for every trade. So that is why I wanted to make the math easy. I put the stop 20 cents away. I'm sorry, 50 cents away. Entry 2027, stop is 50 cents away. So that share size me. How? If I divide 50 cents into the $100 that I'm willing to risk on the trade, that means I could take 200 shares. So it's a little bit of math, quick math to do, to share size you. Because obviously I'm not taking the same amount every single trade because my stop is going to be different. Okay, well, not the price, but the difference in my entry and my stop will always, it won't be 20 cents or 50 cents every trade. So that's why I'm saying practice, 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 okay? Figure out, what is the best method for you to placing stops. If you're brand new, you're not going to know any of this. That's why you've got to practice. That's why you have a simulator. Practice. Now, you can also practice swing trading here, because if I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, this will carry forward. Okay? If I want to get out of this trade right now, I just highlight it and I flatten. These are hotkeys. Okay, I can get out of the entire trade by flattening it. I can get out of half my position, or I could double my position. Okay, these are just hotkeys. Of course, I could go in here. If I only wanted to sell 50 shares at a price, I could put that in and click the sell, and that would get me out too. All right. You were mentioning, is that Sprint? Or Sentinel? Sentinel 1, not Sprint. Sentinel 1, yeah. Must be not an earnings play. So this is another cyber, what do they do? Security, yeah. So, oh, I don't want to look at RXT. I've lost sight of it. Ah! I promised myself I wouldn't, but I'm too involved in doing other things. So yeah, it popped up at 998 and they came right back down. So now what I'm doing is put my price alert. That was stupid of me. I should have put my price alert, but it did pop. It went up and right back down. So that's a little scary. Whew, a pause on the action. Brief pause on the action from my scanners. All right, I can cheer this one going down. British American Tobacco. Okay, BTI on the way down here. Look at this. There's the 200-day way down here. Oh, so I know Real was talking about HHR probably early. This is my huge miss also. I mean, there it is in my 10-day daily breakdown. I'm just, too involved in doing other things, but man, 1668, 1551 now. I know we probably mentioned it here, but even if you just waited on the 10-day daily breakdown, tremendous. One of the scans I'm sharing, I hope it's still working. And the reason I say that is that I deleted a lot of duplicates last night. I had so many duplicates and I went and deleted them all, and unfortunately some of those duplicates were the ones that I had saved in my homepage. I didn't even think about it. So it's very possible that none of my homepage links are working today for my scans. HAR is Russia. Okay, another Russia stock. All right, guys, give me a moment to be right back. All right, I'm back, and RUSL again is this is the Russia bull, of course, on the way down again. RUSL cut in half from yesterday, 50%. I should have mentioned this one. This is the uranium ETF, URA. With Cameco, CCJ. Don't know what it's doing now, but CCJ, it's still. I mean, it's been choppy. You got these bottoming tails and topping tails, but it's still in an uptrend. CCJ. So this is an earnings play. This FLS, guys, FLS is an earnings play, and this had a minor surge with the market, but this is a gap down and go. FLS, this looks weak. I mean, what a day. I mean, look at all this this sort of light blue here. That's the gap down in reverse. So this, again, a multi-strategy window and has four strategies in it. Gap up and go, gap down and reverse, and then of course, and then the gap down and reverse, and that's that blue color, and then you're just seeing it over and over and over again. So the gap up and go means a stock that gapped up and kept going higher. Not when we get the alert, I just have to caution. It doesn't mean that it's going to keep going higher. It's just that at the time of the alert, it gapped up and it was moving higher. Gap down in reverse. Well, we've seen what's happening. Gap up in reverse. If the market had the market had been high and then was giving it up all day, you'd probably see a lot of gap up and reverses. Okay, stock gapping up and then reversing, and then the gap down and go. Very few of them. Very few of them. FLS is one of them. It means it gapped down and it kept going down. Have I seen it? I know it's an earnings play. I know it gapped down in reverse, right? Hertz? Yep. I did see it. There's so many that look like this. You're going to see a lot of green candles today that look like this on the daily. Assuming, the market doesn't collapse later on and then they turn red again. Meanwhile, took this in the simulator, the plug. See how this is, again with the market. No, there is not. Unbelievably, we don't have EMAs. I know, crazy, but we don't. You can put them on your charts, but we don't have a scan that looks for EMA, SMA crosses, no. Now, you can try this. I don't know how effective it is because Market Explorer, this is on a 2-minute chart, I believe. Okay, so if you click on New Market Explorer and then right click, server window, and 820 cross on gappers, okay? And you can see what sort of alerts you're going to get. The problem is you cannot put any of your own filters in, and consequently I really haven't paid that much attention to this because for another thing, I can't put a sound alert on it, so I'll never know if I get an alert. But this is sort of something is kind of a new feature. When we can put our own, filters in place, it'll probably become a lot more, become more usable. Remember Mosaic at the, I'm sorry, this is not Mosaic. This is another, cigarettes. So both BTI and MO all the way down here. I can cheer that. Another excellent one from that 10-day daily breakdown. I mean, it's popped up now, but the GDYN at 14.18, you can see the blue arrow. That's where the alert happened, and it got all the way down to 13.14, so about $1 move before it popped with the rest of the market. Okay, just some internal stuff. Okay, so Mars, these triangles that you see are generated from within, like either Brokers Plus or like which ones are you talking about? Any current trade or something that happened days before? If I do a simulation trade, well, let's look. If I do a simulation trade, it shows, okay? It's got nothing to do with IB or E-Trade. You know, this is a simulated trade, so it shows a little buy triangle. Now, if I keep this trade in effect, in other words, if I don't get out of it by the end of the day, well, if you're not connected to B plus with E-Trade, I don't see how these flags can appear. You know, but I mean, I'm just showing you in the simulator that definitely these flags will appear. But are you talking again about? You're not talking about these like in plug. If you can see my screen, you're not talking about these buys, sells. Are you talking about that? Which are previous days AI alerts. That's all these are. Okay, that I'm not sure about Mars. I do not know. Okay, so maybe what you should do is go to. I know Jamie. In fact, Jamie will be in our YouTube room in about. He'll be there at noon. I know he uses E-Trade. Okay, so you might want to ask him that question if you can hang around, or if you want to go to our homepage, just ask that question. I'm just not sure. I don't use IB or E-Trade, okay, I don't use Brokers Plus to trade. I only demonstrate it in a simulator. I know, and you know, obviously the flags appear in the simulator, so I can't really answer that question. All right, there's RXT again. If you can hang around, if you're free at noon, Jamie will be there in our YouTube room. I take my break at noon, and he uses E-Trade, so I'm sure he'll be able to answer your question if you're not getting a quick answer right now. I'm hearing maps. Notice I'm hearing it. It's in. This is text to voice right here. All right, guys. Well, I'm seeing if this RXT works this time. I didn't take it the last time too. Obviously, I didn't even see that spike. Had my price alert, and let's see if that can be a bit of a magnet up here. Let's see if we can get close to 10. If not, I'm out of the trade. but I'm in it right now, RXT. Notice I don't tell anybody what to buy or sell, okay? I just sort of indicate what I'm looking at and a level I'd like and say, yeah, I was talking about this RXT. I missed this. Probably a good thing because it would have, I don't know how quickly it came right off 10, but I'm just seeing if this is going, that topping tail, it may have meant something. Yeah, look at NAS, it's coming all the way back. Amazing. Let's take a look at the tech now. So energy is probably still. No, I see now. You see, it's energy is starting to come back. I mean, it's not quite 50-50. But look at tech. I mean, tech was right down here about like 1%, 2%. Now it's basically 50-50. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. These are the stocks that make up, say, XLK, which is the major ETF for technology. These are the stocks that make it up. So 50% of them are now above yesterday's close. That's what these percentages refer to. But we've had quite the day in energy because before the market opened, except for one stock, 100% of them were up from yesterday's close. Then all of a sudden, they were all down from yesterday's close. And now, it's not quite 50-50, it's 40-60 or 47, yeah, 40-60. So a very pretty choppy day. My guess is that XLE, yeah, you can see how this is. I mean, there's XLE, the big move down on that opening 15-minute candle, and it's trying to come back. Whew, MRVI, I think I saw that in the pre-market. Is this an earnings play? Yeah, it's an earnings play. I did see this in the pre-market. So what Real is talking about is the cross right there. Now again, we use pre-market data, but the cross is right there at 34.17, so it's almost $1 away. Whoa, this 1M that got halted earlier on the way up. Boy, this is starting to move now. 1M got halted. I think that was the first halt of the day. Got halted at 8.56. So it's had a 50-cent pop. There's another one that I'm sure has bounced. The RCII, another earnings play, released earnings after hours yesterday. So many stocks are going to look like this today as long as the market doesn't really give it up later. You're going to see a green daily candle. Of course, all that means is that it's above the open. Not that it's. I mean, these stocks are still down, but they've had big recoveries. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys, now I just want to point out a couple of things here in the simulator. So I've left this in on purpose. So you notice I've got today's profit, I've got max P&L, I've got distance from exit price, okay? I mean, it's one thing to, take a trade, but then it's another thing, okay, when am I going to A, get out of the trade or start taking profit? So this will be a nice little guide for you to show you how good are your exits. So for instance, I mean, this is not horrible, but at one point I was up, in the simulator, $92. At this point, I'm only up $39, okay? Now, if that were $500 and you're only up $39 or $48, whatever, that would not be good management of your trade, would it? Hopefully that makes sense. So this is a good gauge, though, to kind of tell you when you get out of a trade, I mean, you're never going to get out at the absolute max, okay? But you certainly wouldn't want to see something that you're up 500 and then when you exit, you're only up 50, as an example. Okay, I'm going to get out of this trade. Because I want to show you the distance from the exit price. So I'm going to flatten the trade because the next thing is okay. So I'm out of the trade. So the max I could have made while I was still in the trade was $92. I exited for $58. Okay, again, all in the simulator. Now, this distance from the exit price is going to tell you how good your exit was, because what you'd want to see, of course, is a nice big negative number, because what that would be telling you is that, okay, from where I got out of the trade, it is, right now it's only 3 cents below, but you'd like to see it, you want to get out of a trade at 10 and you want to see it now at 9, okay? You want to see it well below, you can sort of say, great, that was a good exit. You don't want to see a big positive number because then you're thinking to yourself, boy, I left a lot of money on the table. So again, I think these 3 columns, okay, can really help you determine how good are your exits. Practice, practice, practice. Hey, well, HHR and Russia, RUSL. Is this a Russia stock too? GDYN? I don't think it is, but no, California. So GDYN. All right, well, RXT not really doing anything. I'm in at 963. I'm just going to give it a little more time. Wow, Herbalife is still around. Wow, look at this. HLF. Didn't really see it in the pre-market. There's so many that were gapping down. I just didn't see this one, but look at Herbalife, HLF. Wow. Herbalife, you know, it's chasing it unfortunately now, but man, oh man, what a gap down for Herbalife, 18%. News doesn't trade anymore, does it, New Skin? It does trade. I keep thinking that for some reason this doesn't trade anymore, but this is not an earnings play, but a lot of times it follows what Herbalife is doing, HLF. It is not a, you mean here, back here, an IPO popping from back here. You're talking, that's a few months ago, right, Cam? Herbalife is earnings, yes, but I just noticing that New Skin is kind of following it down in US. It used to always trade about the same. I don't think those IPOs are going to launch, Cam. Those cheap ones. They may delay them. I mean, it could happen today, I guess, or tomorrow. But I've got it all set up, but nothing is triggered yet. All right, guys, I got out of the RXT. Took about a 4 or 5 cent loss on the RXT. Now we have a halt. I'm sorry, we have a resume. Oh, so this is, okay, I forget. So this is in theory an IPO, but it's a SPAC. I don't pay any attention to the SPACs. Okay, CLINAU. It just started now. British Thermal Units, BTU, Peabody Energy. Ah, man, we used to see OPAD quite a bit. Remember this when this came out? Up to $21 or something. Okay, guys, the market is just resting a little bit here. All right, I want to just confirm that it is Jamie who will be in the YouTube room when I do take my break. MO, I should have been watching it a little more carefully here. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just, in fact, I'll put myself on mute just for a second, just following an internal discussion. HSC, I think you guys were talking about HSC also earlier, another earnings play. You're not out of Russia, are you? No, Pennsylvania. So another earnings play. HSC did not bounce at all. I mean, a minor bounce here. All right, guys. Well, RXT is now back. This may not be as dynamic as I want it to be. Of course, if it, I may take another shot at it. I'd like to see some volume, though. There's no volume. You see, you have that volume. That's what pushed it up. Came right back down. But that volume, you can see right there on the 15, on the 5, on the 2. We're just getting no volume right now. And yet, there it goes a little bit. So Zach is not here, D88, okay? He's not here. He'll be back on Tuesday. And, you know, I would never, ever take any trade without a stop. So it sounds like you're saying you would take a stop, but I know what he does. I mean, he may start to add. Listen, topping plays, bottoming plays, they're not easy. Because I know what I think his methodology is a little bit like, okay, he gets the first alert, he may take some, and then if it was higher, he gets another alert, he may take a little bit more, okay. But you know, that's kind of his method, I believe. Well, Herbalife is just sinking here. I know William said you didn't think it should be that bad, but boy, Herbalife, HLF. Now, coming into maybe, yeah, it's still far enough away. I mean, look at that monthly chart. I mean, the next low looking left is 26. It still has room. Ah, RXT is going without me. Oh well. You know, I just stick to my guns, and I didn't see any big volume increase, so okay, come on. Missing the boat on the GDYN also. Man, oh man, some great ones from the 10-day daily breakdown. My excuse is a little distraction, okay? You guys don't have an excuse. You could just stare at these. Be right back. All right, guys, GDYN. I don't know anybody, if you took this one, two areas you could have seen it. The basic new highs and low, well, right here, the first 1452, wow, 1452. And this would be a short. Now, if you didn't take it there, right, if you didn't take it there, then right here at 1418, so about 12 minutes, just 12 minutes later, is that right? Yeah, about 11 minutes later, so 1452, or a big confirmation more on the 10-day daily breakdown right there at 1418. Now it had the pop, but before it did have that pop, it got down $1. It moved higher, and now it's just sinking. Well, I think he's saying setting a stop loss. Setting a stop loss. Isn't that what he's saying? Consider setting a stop loss and letting it run through the day. I thought that's what he meant. Boy, oh boy, that just I mean, this moved on no volume. You know, I bet I got to stick to my guns, guys. I mean, there's just no volume, and you know, that's one of my checklists. You know, you talk about my checklist. Well, you know, in this particular case, didn't have to see a big volume increase. It just moved. Sink use terrible tobacco stock. Boy, this one, GGYN. I mean, where's the 18% above the all-time low? I guess down here, $7 or so. Wow. And it is not an earnings play. I keep thinking, oh, good. Okay, well, this one is working for me. So boy, what a great GDYN. I'm trying to see if there's any news on it. It appears that, you know, earnings are March the 3rd. So I'm just trying to see why this is just getting clobbered here. Oh boy, those are the old days. Yeah, Zorro. But okay, but D88888, if you have a stop and it hasn't hit your stop, yes, you can always. I know what you're saying. So, I mean, I'll do that too. I'll have a stop. That's the worst I want to do on a trade. But if I don't like the way it's trading, I can always get out earlier. Now, if you're constantly doing that and then it reverses on you, then I would, you know, try to really stick to your stock, your stop. Then, if you're not stopped out though, you might as well just stay in the trade and see what happens. Yeah, stop is showing on the chart. If I want to take DNA right now, I want to take 500 shares of DNA at the market. And then I want to put a stop here at say, I don't know, I'm just going to make one up, okay? Add a stop order, say 432 to keep it consistent. Add the stop, and it's right on the chart. It's right on, there we go, right on the chart. And if I want to move it, I can. Okay? Okay, so yes. All right, guys, it's getting close, 11:50, so Jamie will be there. So who asked that question earlier? So Mars, if you're still around, Jamie, confirmation, he will be there in about 10 minutes in our YouTube room, and you can head over there. Boy, this is not giving up. This gap down and reverse is just absolutely on fire today. Another one. Boy, this was not a gap down and reverse. This is a gap down and go. MGNI. Earnings play. It wasn't affected at all by the market. MGNI, just great earnings play for MGNI. No, I see. You're playing a bounce, William. I guess I'm just looking at Zach's bounce scanner. But so here's the deal. You get an alert at 11:51, and 2 minutes later, less than 2 minutes later, it's at 11:04. So you've got to be careful, of course. If you hop in at 11:51, you'd be down quite a bit. You've got to kind of wait. Now this one's interesting, okay? 1844 from his scanner, but you can see it moved down quite a bit more. Now it is bouncing, WU. All right, give me a moment. All right, guys, take a look at this. This 1M, it got halted earlier, and it is now gone positive, and it's an earnings play. It's actually just gone positive, so this could have some life. The pre-market, post-market high was 961. If you look left, yesterday's high was 9, almost 10. So it has come all the way back from being down quite a bit. That's a big percentage move up, and now it is actually positive for the day. And that is 1M. All right, band has just made another new low here. Just one moment, please. Ah, boy, that's a tough spread. on that band. Catch up, catch up. You know what I'm saying? I saw the band. I'm in this one. And all of a sudden the spread just really widened on me. Just need that ask to catch up to the bid. Okay, so Noro, you have to pick, if you should watch the video, okay? I don't know if you've watched the video, the Brokerage Plus video, the second one. I'm going to put it in here. You have to pick a long strategy for your buy on the chart and a short strategy if you want to short for your short strategy, okay? The video, the second video goes into it, but you know, just very quickly, if you have some, I don't have any, yeah, I have some strategies here, yeah. So you have to pick a long strategy, right click, and set as default chart long strategy. You have to set one of your long strategies, you pick whatever one you want, to be your long strategy when you click on the buy button, okay? The video goes into that, all right? And that's probably what's happening. Yeah, you click, if you don't set one of them and you click buy, nothing's going to happen. You click sell, nothing's going to happen. Okay, you've got to assign one long strategy, and if you want to short, one short strategy. And then it'll follow the rules, you know, it'll follow whatever you set up. There we go. There we go. Sorry, guys. A little bit of excitement now for me on the band. Okay, covered some. And finally, that spread finally came down. You got to be nimble in some of these. Oh, you're Jamie. Is it already noon? Okay. Okay, I just want to, so Mars, you can head over to YouTube now. Jamie is there. I'll stop streaming now, Jamie, okay? You caught me by surprise there. Stop streaming by surprise there. Stop streaming now, Jamie.
Okay, test 1, 2. I think that was a successful handoff. Yeah, time flies when you're having fun, Barry. Indeed it does. Okay, let me just rearrange a few things here. Hopefully everyone has eyes on my desktop, and you can also hear as well. So if someone would be so kind as to use the chat panel, just let me know that you can see and hear me. That'd be great. And while I'm waiting for somebody to respond here, obviously everybody kind of knows what's been going on today. Hey, Bill, thank you very much. Red alert, red alert. We've clawed back a little bit here, as you can see from the intraday chart. It's kind of weird about these pre-market wicks that we saw. They've been pretty good little indicators of where we might go. You can see the ones from the prior two sessions on the SPY. Then we had these topping wicks late in the pre-market session. I was thinking to myself, well, if we do bounce, this is probably going to be the level to watch. Not quite back to the highs of those wicks, but pretty close nonetheless, especially after that first 15-minute period there. On that topic, these were my compare count readings for the large caps after the first 15 minutes. And of course, that's a pretty beefy bullish bias there. Of course, on a day like today, you kind of go, well, I have to second guess myself, but the move was true. The count was true, and the move was up. We'll just have to see where we finish. Thank you, Jacques. Thank you, Gerald. Welcome, everyone, to the hour that we allocate for the live support session. Give Barry his well-deserved break. And this session is just basically for anything TI related. So if you have any questions, go ahead and pop them in the questions panel. Do my best to give you a good answer. But there's certainly been no shortage of opportunity today from a variety of my favorite tickers. CSGP, classic little pre-market range break there, and we can see what's happened. A lot of these patterns today. But this alert window here, as well as this one, pulling symbols from my end of day list that I harvest from these two top lists at the end of every trading day. So basically looking for the big movers yesterday, and then keeping an eye on those stocks today, because typically when they have the big moves, they don't just go to sleep the very next day. Beautiful example right here of what I'm looking for with these guys. Could be right at the open. A lot of the times it is. Opening 15-minute candle as we breach this little level here. Just a nice steady march up. Of course, let's pull up the big tracking ETFs, because certainly concerning today's market action with the gap down below the magical 420 level that you see right here. Matter of fact, let me get my pen here. Where'd you go, pen? Okay. Uno momento. All right, Mimi, what is your all-time favorite TI scan? Well, keeping in mind I've been using trade ideas since 2003. Wow. If I had to pick one, and don't get me wrong, I'd hate to just pick one, because I have a little group of windows that are more or less what you could call my favorites. And it really, what your favorite window is going to be is really just kind of the characteristics that you, what kind of trader you are. Initially, you see these two right here. Turbo breaks up. Oops. Just trying to point to the title here. Turbo breaks up here. And the inverse turbo breaks down here. All right, if I had to pick two, if you said, Jamie, you can only have two windows, no more, I'd have to probably pick these two. What these little guys right here are doing is they're showing me stocks hitting highs and lows. So it's relatively simple, but with a relative volume of 3 or higher. And you might ask, well, what's the significance of relative volume? Well, if relative volume is high, that's a good thing when we're looking at a setup. Of course, it's no guarantee, but it can help level the playing field. The more volume you have going in the direction that you hope the trade goes, you get a little bit of odds increase on that trade being successful. So, highs and lows are kind of random. It's not like I'm just looking to buy any stock hitting a high or a low. I'm typically using these guys for intraday range breaks. This might be a decent example, USO. We had the pre-market activity here, we had the opening red candle, and then we get a period of stability. Clearly, a seller in control in the first 15 minutes, as you can see here. But then we get this nice little consolidation working right here. If I had to pick a point right here, notice when the consolidation breaks right here. Previous low was right here. Hemming and hawing around for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, an hour and a half before we finally break lower. So this is really the pattern that I'm looking for when I'm monitoring these windows. Of course, this one would be to the upside. This one would be a nice little short play right here. And had we shorted it right here, we'd be in the money now. Now on these plays, see that prior 15-minute candle? Not including the entry candle. I look back 15 minutes. If I can stomach the high there or a penny outside of the high of that candle as my risk factor, then I'll typically take that trade. This is my spot. If I get stopped out, this is what I lose. And hopefully by the time that this thing is done, this reward area is going to be as big and hopefully 2 or 3 times bigger than the risk area. Now, taking it one step further, let's see who is asking that question, Mimi. These two windows right here, I'm basically using for the same purpose as these two windows. But these two windows are looking at the entire market. So a lot of the times, if you're not just completely 100% focused on that window or its counterpart, you'll miss things, And of course, since this ticker, along with its downside partner, are spitting out quite a few symbols, it's all about the timing. As we can see right here, SYPR just coming through. Now, not a bad little setup right here. Feel like I'm a little chasey, and then when I'm looking over here at the daily to try to figure out, well, looks like it's bumping its head right into this region right here, which could very well act as resistance. So I think all the steam is pretty much out of that one for now. Take a look at ozone. All right, ozone would have been good right here, okay? As that high was breached, okay? The choice opportunity on this one, where we could say the train already left the station in this candle, taking that nice clean break there with the risk down to here, we're getting a nice little uptrend there. So it's all about timing. Is ozone good now? It might keep going, but the choice entry of what I look for has already passed. So taking that theory one step further, what I do with these top list windows over here, which are very simple, we hardly have any filtering in place. Oops, sorry, muted myself. A little min-max price action, a little minimum daily volume requirement of 200,000 shares already in the session. And I'm monitoring change from the open. So keep in mind, this is not change from the close, what we could otherwise refer to as a gap. We're talking about things that have actually moved since that first opening tick. So when we look at Hertz warrants from the open, boom, they've just gotten up and boogied nicely. They're up about 30%. IRNT is currently 28.8%. And then, of course, over here, we're seeing the things that are down the most from the open. So all the stocks on this list here, even the one down here up 18, even the one at the bottom of the list over here down 9%. What I'll do is I'll capture all these symbols about 5 minutes before the close. I'll probably take it up to where I get about 35 or 36 symbols from each top list, and I'll put those in a custom list. And I'll do the same thing that I do with these windows, but with these two, looking only at stocks in the prior day. So all the ones that are being triggered today had big moves yesterday. And where there's smoke, there's typically fire. CSGP is another classic example. As soon as we break the pre-market range here, which would have been right here, off to the races. Same thing on the downside for these guys. Kind of a sloppy little mess here, not the most pristine. You know, we want this consolidation area in the pre-market to be as tight as possible. But even some of the more stretched out ones still work. Of course, we like to look for, you know, some decent action. See if we can find a decent example here. Okay, this little guy's holding up, but that is the pre-market bar right there. So this is a good example of one that looked like it was going to come down here and peck the bottom of that opening range there, but never quite got there. So false alarm on that guy. Decent little example right here in SOND. Not a whole lot to go off of, but the pre-market range is the pre-market range. This one took a little bit of time. Short it here, flat, slightly up, slightly down before it finally capitulates. So Mimi, I know I've only kind of talked about, well, actually 3 windows, these two, the variance of these 2 windows, and how I'm populating these 2 windows. But boy, depending on market conditions, you know, you might pull out a scan that you haven't used in a while. You know, for example, swing trading was a lot more conducive before we started getting the bearish type of action. Since the market's gotten more difficult, I've pretty much just been scalping pretty much over the past 4 to 6 weeks. And until the market changes, that's what I'll continue to do. All right, K2, just reading your comment there. Right, and it's real easy, you know, K2 talking about, you know, layouts and whatnot. It's real easy to get overloaded with all the information, especially since Trade Ideas has been around for coming up on, let's see, 2003, 12, 15 years, right? 15, 16 years. We keep growing the product, adding more windows, more functionality. So it can be a bit overwhelming, but I'm just shooting from the hip here. You talk to any trader, especially one that's an intraday trader, all the options that are available in Trade Ideas, and typically they're going to stick to, I'd say, anywhere between 2 and 6 windows, because, you know, that's what you really are focusing on for your particular setups. And, you know, you start trying to watch too many windows, it's just too much. You'll miss too many things. So simple is also better when it comes to layout development. Bill, can't find turbo brakes and channel bar. Could you share? Yeah, and I'm curious. Let's just take a peek over here real quick. Let me spawn a dock channel bar. And we'll just see. Yeah, I think they did some, might have done some house cleaning with the Trader's Vault, which is where we used to store some of our favorite things. In any case, I am happy to share it with you. I was just curious for my own benefit there. Okay, no problem. Oh, let's see what Lung's got going on here. Well, technically that is a pre-market range, even though it's just one little 15-minute bar, but you can see what's going on there. Nice little grind up. Okay, so I will drop the links for these 2 guys in here. And I'm guessing that you meant these 2 right here, Bill, just the ones that are looking at the entire market with that relative volume criteria. So there you go. Yeah, to your comment, Bill, unless I just passed right by it, looking at my regular, oh, there we go, Trader's Vault. Yeah, for some reason it wasn't showing up on the docked version, but it's still there. Just keep in mind, the versions of turbo brakes that might be in the vault might be using 1 minute volume. That was the original construct. Instead of using relative volume of 3, I was using a 1 minute volume spike of 300%, which would mean, hey, as it's hitting that high, it also has to be doing 3 times normal 1 minute volume. That was a lot more effective in the market of, say, 10, 12 years ago. But it got a little noisy. So that's why I converted them to relative volume of 3. Same goal, same setup I'm looking for. I've just found this one to be more conducive. Hey, what's up, Iris? Hello, Circle. So getting back over here, just taking a peek at the SPY here. You know, this level here, and of course we were all thinking yesterday we might go kiss the 420 level. Of course, they stopped it short and gapped it down today. So unless we get a close on the SPY above this level, well then, you know, we might be at a new resistance level. And if that is the case, and we go sideways, pecking at this range or pecking at this high up here for a while, it's going to be interesting. You know, if we look at the Qs, same thing. This new level up here. And of course the IWM dragging its feet a little bit, but hey, looking at the same thing occurring here. Iris, are you asking, are you just talking about my layout here or trade ideas in general? Because maybe you just got here, but I was just explaining what all of these windows do. But if that's what you're getting at, I'd be happy to rehash it one more time. Something interesting real quick I'll point out here today. Been running some races. Winner since the open. And increasing relative volume for the day. And as you can see over here, every time a car wins a race, it puts how many, you know, if it's won one race, it's won. Obviously CERN has won 3 races today in the relative volume over here. It's winners since the open. ENSV has won 4. And if you get full, you can use this little scroll bar to tick down. So what I'm doing every day is I'm letting these races run all day during the market hours. And you can see right here, each race is a 5-minute race. So then at the end of the day, I'm also compiling another end of day list based on all the stocks in the race that have won 3 or more races. Just another way to develop a nice little end of day scan list based around the races. Also too, notice the pre-market area here, and notice when I hover over this candle, what does it say? 3 a.m. That's when our pre-market data starts now. Now I'm in Central Standard Time, but it would start at 4 a.m. Eastern Time. Not yet for the production. I'm testing this, but you know, it's been something that's been requested for a very long time, and hopefully we're going to be able to get it pumped out to all of you guys as soon as the testing is done. So once that gets implemented, our pre-market data will start 4 a.m. Eastern Time. Okay, I see your questions there, Circle. Okay, Iris, I'll give it one more quick blow through on what are the windows doing that you see here on my desktop. All right. And of course, I've got some other windows on another monitor that I'll just kind of glance at from time to time. But these are the ones that I'm trying to pay as much attention to as I can. All right. So over here, we've just got my regular turbo brakes up and down, just looking at stocks hitting highs and lows for, uh, well, that also have minimum of 3x in the relative volume. Why am I watching these windows? I'm looking for nice setups for intraday range breaks is what these windows are for. Now, these windows, I'm doing the exact same thing, except whereas these windows are looking at the entire market right here, these are looking at a custom list. But I'm using them in the same methodology. But I go a little bit earlier on these guys. These are for intraday range breaks that form during the session over here. But these guys right here, I'm paying attention right on the open because I'm looking for the ones that had the relatively decent pre-market ranges and using that as my entry point versus a range that sets up during the actual trading session. CSGP, good example, pre-market range was put in. As soon as it broke the pre-market range right here, we get a nice uptrend. Now, keep in mind, not the prettiest range, but the same thing applies. If I'm taking a trade right on the open because the upside or the downside is being triggered, long or short, then I'm going to use the top of that range or the bottom of that range as my exit. Okay, so if I took the trade here, would have had to have risked going in around 53, let's just call it 50. That would have been a 3.5 point risk. So I would size my trade accordingly. You know, if I only wanted to risk $100 on that trade and I'd risk 3 points, I'd probably only take 30 or 40 shares right there, right? Depending upon how big the range is there. But to each his own. If $100 is your risk, that's approximately how many shares you should have taken. Once again, decent example here. You want to take a stab getting long a SON at 45.69. You're going to have to risk about 4 points on that guy. So size your trade accordingly. So once again, these are for right on the open using the pre-market range as an entry and also judging your risk level. These are for intraday setups. Now they might coincide with the with the pre-market range. Sometimes they do, or sometimes they'll trend higher, consolidate, and then go again. Same way to the downside. Now, as I said earlier, I'm using an end of day list that I'm pointing to, and I use these top lists over here to generate the end of day list. So today, right before the market closes, I'll capture all of these symbols here, and I'll capture all of these symbols. I'll import them into my custom list, which these two windows are looking at right here. So tomorrow, I'll be watching all the top guys on this list and this list for secondary moves. And then of course everybody knows what this is. This is the AI, and then this window right here is just showing me all my major tracking ETFs, all the volume on the lower time frames, so forth and so on. So Iris, I hope that does it for you. And the AI's been doing pretty well. Of course, it's had a couple of bad days, but man, yesterday was phenomenal. Today, just kind of treading water, booking a little bit in conservative mode, which makes a lot of sense in today's market environment. Moderate profit, pretty flat, and down a little bit if you're just taking all the trades and hoping for the best. 96.47. Keeping in mind that all the values that you see in these fields, as well as these fields, are based around risk of $100. Or actually, I take that back. I just changed it the other day. We're doing 100 shares right here, not based on stop loss. Sure, Iris, if you scroll up in the chat panel just a few clicks, you'll see I've already dropped the turbo brakes up and down in there. But I'll drop these top list in there, no problem. All right, so there's the downside down from the open top list. And there is the up from the open top list. Do I have a favorite oversold scanner? What does it look like? You know, I guess it really just depends on what your definition of oversold is. You know, down so much in so many days and approaching potential resistance, I mean support. Or maybe it's, you know, things that are trading in the hole, trading at all-time lows, right? Um, I usually have my all-time high and all-time low multi-strategy alert windows running back here. Uh, I got rid of them recently because I'm running so many windows currently. I was getting a little yellow over here on my performance monitor. Reason being, my old Alienware, it's probably time for it to go to the old computer graveyard. It's pushing 4.5 years. So needless to say, I'll be upgrading pretty soon. But let me pull those out for you because I bet we see some interesting stuff coming up here. Let's see. Oh, okay. No resist. There we go. Okay. But you're looking for oversold. And you'll get a lot of different opinions on people when you ask them about, you know, never short in the hole. Well, I can see that. When you look at these stocks on the daily, they do look pretty scary. So you can see right here, turbo down, no support, just spitting out the last three things that were triggered from each strategy that reside in here. And when we take a look at the strategies, it's the exact same strategy, except I've got them partitioned by color according to market cap. All right. So if you see the green, that's a company with a market cap of 4 billion or higher. If you see the blue, market cap should be somewhere between 2 and 4 million. And on the yellow dudes, that's a market cap of 2 billion or less. So looking at PTRG here, let's expand the daily out just a little bit. Yeah, this thing is in the hole, right? If we look to the left, you know, if we just draw a line at the prior level that it was fighting to withhold or to defend, you can see, you know, when it was range bound, it wasn't at all-time lows. And as soon as we took this little spill right here through that 780, 770 level, boom, we're at all-time lows. Now, remember what I was showing you guys over here on the intraday that I look for, a nice tight range break? Well, we've got the same thing going on right here. It's just in a different time frame, all right? Nice consolidation. We finally get that push down. If you made an entry here and you've been holding for 2 days, you're in the money quite nicely. And the good thing about one of these trades that works is that when we look to the left here, where it stops, nobody knows because there's nothing over here to act as potential support. And of course, you always have to have your risk in mind. Now, PRTG doesn't look that liquid over here on the intraday time frame. But a lot of the times you can find the pattern occurring at the same time on different time frames. So let's take a look at AMBP. Maybe we'll get lucky here. Okay. Technically, this would be that. Okay, there's my line. Okay, I just drew it over here. See how it perfectly matches up over here? Well, check out right here. All right. Nice consolidation for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about an hour and a half. And then we break down on the intraday. Just from an intraday perspective, I look and I go, ooh, kind of right up my alley here. I can short it right here. I'll use the top of that candle as my risk. Trade is working. Threw a little bit of an elbow there, but nowhere near a stop out. 10 coming in to squash that whack-a-mole right back down. And the trade would be working. And so far, we've got a reward area that's a little bit bigger than our risk area. So we got a range break occurring here on the intraday to make us feel nice and fuzzy about putting that trade on because our risk is clearly defined. But we've also got the same pattern occurring over here. All right. It's what we like to call fractal. Okay. Patterns can occur on any time frame, and when we see them lining up like this on multiple time frames at the same time, a lot of times that can be a really good signal. Of course, this one's to the downside, but they also occur to the upside as well. So, oversold, looking to play the bounce or looking to go with the trend, right? If I saw one of these guys dip down and then reclaim this area, well, then you might think to yourself, okay, the selling is done. Or, for all we know, AMBP, it might cycle down for another 2, 3 days. And then it might start building a base right here, all right, moving forward. But typically when people say, hey, something's oversold, well, it might end up being a good short, might end up being a good long. We just have to wait for the charts to give us a little bit of guidance. And of course, if you go into the trader's vault, Andy's real good. He loves bottom fishing. Okay, so there are quite a few pull back to the 50 SMA circle, value growth fishing. But there's no shortage right now because, of course, let's take a look at some of these tech stocks. Look at Facebook, And everybody thought, hey, we might find a little support here. Of course, it's not making it easy today, all right? Let's just zoom out a little bit more. Start looking at the weekly. But notice the nice little wick that we've put in on the weekly candle. And I mean, this area right here, you don't have to be a technical professional to just go, well, we might get some support right here. What do we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks. 4 downside weeks in Facebook. Look at Netflix finding its support right back here. Google holding up quite nicely up here. And the mighty Apple, quite resilient up here at these levels. So yeah, circle. Pull back to the 50 SMA, a good one. Value growth fishing, another good one. And of course, those are from Andy. Well, thanks for the compliment there, Circle. Okay, Marley, I see your question. Let's see. Is there a limit to how many chart windows can be open in the test drive? I'm trying to add a 4th window. I forgot what the max cap is, but I thought for sure you could add more than 4 charts. Is it giving you a message, Marley, when you try to spawn another chart window? And also, too, quick question: are you working in free floating environment or do you have a docked window up? Okay, Iris. So the 4 on the right, I dropped these in. You should be able to find them if you scroll up. Now these guys right here, I could easily share this window with you, but it's not going to have anything in it. Because remember, if I right click and go into configure here, these are looking at the end of day list, which I have pointed here. But you would have to recreate that, you'd have to create a custom list and use the copy paste from these windows to give these guys a list to look at for the next day. So hopefully that makes sense. Okay, well, let me just pull up a docked window here. I'll just go to a random channel. Okay, so you've got a docked window up. You've got your layout in here. And you want to add another chart. As we can see right now, I've got a 15-minute chart here. I've got a daily chart down here. So path of least resistance. Why don't you just try this first? Go to one of your charts and just give it the old right click and then hit duplicate. All right, if you hit duplicate here, see it just duplicates that chart in your docked window. And then you can just come over here and change the time frame by right clicking, going to time frame and go, okay, I want this one to be a weekly chart. So see if you can get that to work, Marley. Just right click and then duplicate here. You also have the ability to duplicate it into a free floating window if that's what you want to do. But see if you can get duplicate to work. Yeah, Bill, and sometimes there's a lag. They don't get the channels over to that new channel bar quickly enough. But thank you for doing that. Yeah, Iris, what I was saying about these two, where's my pen? What I was saying about these two guys right here, these are watching a custom list that I will create from these windows at the end of every day. So all I'm telling you is that I'll drop these windows into the chat panel, but remember, you have to create your custom list and then point these guys to the list. Otherwise, you won't see anything coming through here. So let me copy paste these real quick. Okay, there you go. Okay, yay, Marley, that worked. Great. I love it when simple things work. Just checking out the questions. Aldo, VUR. Is that a chart request? Let's see. So Aldo, what VUR.FYI for your information, VUR? Not really sure what that means. Yes, Iris, that is correct. That's what we do when we compile an end of day list. And the theory behind that is, okay, for example, if we look at GDYN right now, and of course, today it's not so special, but when the market is quote unquote in a normal kind of period, you're always going to have stocks that are moving up dramatically. You're always going to have stocks that are moving down dramatically. So the theory behind capturing an end of day list from these windows is, well, it was in motion that day, big time. Chances are something in motion is going to stay in motion. Now, it might be to the upside. If something was up big today, it might go up big tomorrow, but it also might go down big the next day. The bottom line is anything that's moving up or down significantly from the open and that remains significantly up or down from the open by the close today, I'm going to capture all these stocks in this list right here, right? And the way I do that is, let's just say it's 5 minutes before the close. All I do is highlight all these symbols, hit Control C on my keyboard, open up my custom list, paste these guys in here, and then do the same thing for these guys. So this is a quick and easy way to copy all these symbols. Just highlight them, hit Control C, and you've copied them. Then wherever you go, whether it's your custom list or your spreadsheet, Control V or right click paste, easily copies all those symbols in there. So it takes about 5 minutes or less. Sounds like a lot of work, but it's really not. And even, let's say you forget to do it. Let's say, oh, I forgot to capture all my symbols and now I've shut down TI. Well, you could easily bring this back up and go time frame, use historical data. So if I want to see, okay, what did the list look like yesterday at the close? Well, let's go back to yesterday, type in 5 minutes before the close, and boom. These are all the symbols that you're seeing come through, you know, whether they're hitting highs or lows right now. But this is what the list looked like 5 minutes before the close yesterday. So even if you forget to do it, you can go back and do it later on, you know, even if it's in the evening or whatever. But yes, if you want your symbols to be fresh, you must update them every day. What means your scanner lists are some descriptions? Now, are you talking about my windows here or just descriptions of scans in general? Because if that's the question, that's what, you know, that's a good thing to use the channel bar for, right? If I clicked on strength alerts, it would pull up a layout containing our TI strength alerts, right? Things that look fundamentally, or excuse me, technically strong from a technical perspective. Things that haven't been getting beat up too bad in a down market, or, you know, any wide variety of topics over here. Pre-market list, right? If you want to see what's going on in the pre-market channel, and all the windows there would be oriented to things that are moving, you know, before the market opens. But I do believe we have a place. Give me 1 second here. I'm just going to try to find it. So I'm going to drop a link into the chat panel for, I think that says Pots Burn. This is going to give you a description of all the channels. And while we're on that topic, just always want to point out, if you go to help, we've got this great new constantly updated user's guide now. So this is how it'll pull up for you. And then we can click on full table of contents and quickly hit the little search icon up here and just type in your thing that you're looking for here, and you can see all the channel bar resources. And we've got a wide variety of videos and descriptions. So this is something that's been a long time coming, and it's constantly updated by Stephanie, and it is just a great resource. I wish I would have had this when I first started out, because it's very comprehensive. It's being updated constantly. So don't forget about the online help guide, which is real easy to do a search and quickly find what you're looking for there. So in other words, if I was curious about the races, Real-time stock races. Here we go. A lot of good info in there. Okay, I think I got everybody in that little flurry of questions, but if I did miss somebody, forgive me and just retype it. I don't think I did, but never can tell. Speaking of stocks, I was briefly mentioning the strength alerts. Well, there's always something hitting an all-time high. Let's take a peek at some of those. Aha, let's see. Let's give it a little history look. There we go. Of course, this little guy has been all over the place. Note the big, well, that's weekly. Let's go back to daily. Indonesia Energy Corporation. Bigger cap, hitting all-time highs. But you can see, pickings are pretty slim in here. Nice little gap up on LNTH due to earnings, which were released pre-market today. All right, so questions panel is open. Just doing a little time check here. Got about 12 minutes left. Wow, time is flying by quickly today. Equinor, petroleum refiners. Yep, a lot of energy, petroleum stocks. Let's take a look at gold. Well, that's Barrick Gold. How about the tracking ETF? Getting frisky up to this little level here, but as you can see, weekly chart. Last little hurrah, and it looks like we're trying to sneak back up into this upper range here. A little rejection wick thus far today, but this is a weekly candle. So if we get a close above this level, well then everything's going to set up nicely for gold to go test out those all-time highs. What about silver? A little bit behind, but pretty much the same setup. Actually, they're pretty lockstep. Reading your question there, Iris. Hear a bing like an alarm or alert, and it goes off all the time. Okay. So you're hearing something bing, bang, bang, but you don't know where it is. Okay, and I've had that happen before too. You forget that you've activated sound. Now, do you have sound on other windows that you want to keep hearing, or do you just not want to hear anything at all? Because if you don't want to hear anything at all, okay, yes, you don't want to hear anything at all, or yes, you have a couple of things that you still want to hear, you just don't want to hear the other one. So yes means you don't want to hear any sound. Okay, so you got some that you want to hear, but another guy's chirping that you don't want to hear, correct? If so, and for some reason I'm not getting my, let me see. Okay, notice when I come down here and my toolbar rolls up and I hover over trade ideas, see how it lists off all the windows that I have open? Okay, so it's going to be an A window. So what you'll want to do, and it's probably minimized, but if you hover over each window, it shows you where it is. So go through all your A windows by clicking on the TI icon in the toolbar. It'll pull up your list. You're just going to have to pull up all the A windows until you find the one that is the one you don't want to hear anymore, and then just either go in there and deactivate the sound on the alert window by going into Actions, Properties and Actions, and uncheck this box. Or if it's a window that you're not paying attention to, just exit out and save your layout. Okay, so once again, to get a list of all the windows that you might have up, or that you do have up, but some of them might be minimized, that's why you can't see it, but you can hear it. Come down here, get your toolbar to show itself, and then hover over the TI icon. Notice you see it's showing me all the windows that I currently have open. Now, a window can be open but minimized, right? So since alert windows are the only windows that kick out sound, then you'll just find all the A windows, and when you hover over them, notice I hover over turbo breaks down, it's showing me where that window is. Hover over turbo breaks up, it isolates that window. So you're just going to have to find all your A windows and bring them up, and eventually you'll find the guy that's chirping that you don't want to chirp anymore, and you can either kill it and save your layout, or once you find the window, the suspect window, and you right click and go to Properties and Actions, you can uncheck this box and it will not play a sound anymore. But you still have to save your layout after you make that change, otherwise it'll still be making noise next time you pull up the software. So hopefully that gives you a solution, Iris. No problem. Well, if you got long ching, that is the proper word to describe the action there. Making a little ching. As it's only turning in a paltry 5.26 on the relative side. Pretty big float on this one, 248 million. Boy, this thing's trading nicely today. Notice the 10 period, which is the green line here. Any control today? Probably get a little pullback to 58.40-ish. And then we'll see if that 10 period is going to hold up. Typically, if we get a close below there, then that would be time to get a little bit worried if you're long. Well, looks like we're finally going into a little bit of a nap time mode here on the SPY as we take a peek at these lower volume time frames. Or excuse me, volume on the lower time frames. Yes, that's correct. 5 minute, 67% of normal. About 67 on the 10 as well. and slightly less on the 1 minute too. But I would expect these things to pick up at least in the last hour. It's going to be an interesting close. And so far we can see the 10 trying to do its best to prop up the SPY. But it's sure going to make the bulls a little bit nervous if we don't get back above here before the close. And we got about 4 minutes left till the top of the hour. So last call for questions. All right, Sahar, let's see. How do I find bear trap scanner strategy? Bear trap. Let me see if I have anything in my cloud for that. Don't think I'm going to have anything. Let me see if anybody else has a ready-made one. See if anybody comes back with a pre-configured bear trap window. I know the AI sometimes will show up with a bear trap. But I don't see one in there today. Sahar, if nobody comes back with a pre-canned one that I can just drop in here, you can send a request to info@trade-ideas.com and just say you need a little help configuring a bear trap scanner, and we can kind of put the bear basics together for you and get that link over to you. All right. 31, just reading your question there. Why are some of the alerts Holly is putting out have already moved several ticks before you even get it? Example, TLS. Right, that's in real time, when I see an alert go off at 11:51, but I pull the stock up, just in that few seconds, the stock's already ticked up 7 cents. If you took that trade at 11:57 or 11:58, you would have incurred what we call 7 cents of slippage. Even when I'm automating the AI, so that as soon as a signal fires, I'm executing on it. Slippage is part of the game. Every once in a while, you'll get the exact same price as the AI marked when the alert fired. But more times than not, it's going to be, an average of, it could be 2 cents worse price in the AI, or on rare occasions, you'll actually get a better price than the AI because the stock pulled a little shimmy to the upside or the downside, depending on if it was long or short. So slippage is always part of the game, whether you're executing manually or automatically. So hope that makes sense for you. All right, well, looks like we're one past the hour here. Let me just touch base with Barry. So yeah, slippage is part of the game. Every once in a while you get positive slippage, but most of the time you're going to take negative slippage. All right, Barry tells me that he is back in, so thanks everybody for attending. Hope everybody's having a good day, and have a great tomorrow. Bye-bye for now.
And then you might start another wave of selling. So meanwhile, HSC just continues down here on earnings. We still have a lot of stocks that will release our earnings tomorrow or after hours today and before the market opens tomorrow. So we'll still have a lot of earnings plays tomorrow. And next week we still have about 400. So we're not out of earnings season yet. This is why, though, this is why we are getting lots and lots of alerts on the breakdowns and sometimes the breakups because, these are earnings plays. They're super active. Yeah, congratulations if you're in it, Anthony. Now, XLF. Oh, wow, yeah, this is I don't often see in the breaking up and down in volume, don't often see that, but this is a ETF for the financial sector. Yeesh, look at this. I'm very interested to see what happened with, what's that stock? A GOGL, to see if it recovered. Not really. It's interesting because, this is one of these deep sea freight transportation had a big run. For whatever reason, I don't see any specific reason other than, okay, profit taking, whatever. But a stock like FRO, Frontline, which used to follow quite a bit, that did not drop. And there was one other one that is in the same sector IMPP. Yeah, I mean it's pulled back, but it's funny that the GOGL just got really hit, even though they're in the same sector, but this is down 5.5%, which I find a little bit interesting. In fact, what I'm going to do is see if later on it takes out, say, 12. Because that sector is still pretty strong. Real, can you hear me? No? Okay, I won't talk to you then. Let me know when you're in the room, please. Ha ha. The latest versions of trade ideas now, because I don't know if you've loaded the latest versions. One of the irritating things was not being able to adjust the columns, or like before. You can do that now, no issue whatsoever. Okay, I don't know if you knew that. Okay, you can adjust the columns just like before. Okay, I don't know if you know that. The only trick, so let me know if you know that. If you don't know that, there's just one little trick, just one little thing you have to uncheck, and then you're good to go. Okay, you can load the latest version, no issue whatsoever. The charts are snappy and all that. The columns, no problem. The only thing you have to do is if you click on Tools, Options, and then Layouts. If you have auto size columns checked, if you have that checked, uncheck it. Okay, uncheck it, and then save it. You may not have it checked. If you don't have it checked, obviously you don't have to do anything about it. But now it works just like before. So if you do load the latest beta, the charts are fast, and you can now adjust the column widths like before. Oh man. I mean, I feel foolish about the RXT. I told everybody about it. Well, everybody, I was talking about it, said it was very interesting. I mean, but it's I can only say it again. I mean, the volume just is not there. But in this case, it just didn't matter. So now with docking and all that, I mean, it's simple. I don't like the docking now. I really enjoy it. I think it just gives it a cleaner look. All right, now here's another one, guys. The shift group. Now the difference between the shift group, SHYF, and say band, I mean, I love it when they're making new, like, all-time lows. No, so this, I mean, doesn't mean you can't take the short, that they won't work, but, when they're making all-time lows, where are you, Craig? It just seems that is a super duper catalyst also. So you look at band, all-time low. So it had earnings, obviously a 10-day daily breakdown, plus it being an all-time low. HHR, not quite an all-time low, but really close. 3% above the all-time low. So that's what that's what really gets me excited about the 10-day daily breakdown, especially when it's very close or at an all-time low. Because again, there's no support. Yeah, somebody might step in eventually, creators might step in eventually and look for a bounce, but I mean, it's just one of those things. It's like, why? Now this one is still interesting to me. Fortunately, the only one I was able to take was the band, just because I was so tied up doing other stuff. But I mean, this HHR. I mean, look at the base. If it ever, I mean, it could do one of two things. I mean, obviously it could base here, then you get some volume. It could pop up. But if it really takes another drop underneath 14, hey, this could keep moving down. I don't know where the all-time low is. I guess I have to back this out. So this may have been a SPAC or something, or a symbol name change, because it's saying, because if you look at this monthly chart, it looks like it's an IPO back here, and the low is 1462, and we're at 14 now. So you know what? I mean, if this takes out 14, I'm probably in. Like, gets down to like 1385-ish. That's where I'm going to put an alert. 1383, wanted to clear that 14 and see if it just continues down. On the other hand, put an alert at 1430 and see if it takes out all of this right here, because if it does, it has a shot to the 15 level. So a couple of ways to look at it. And if anybody mentions RXT, they're banned from the room. Man. Well, LMND was that I don't mind as much. You know, I was really all over this as a potential short. Yeah, I did miss it here, but the RXT though, you know, it's just one of those things where it didn't need the volume to keep moving. Yeah, which stock, Barry? So you can what copy and paste it a million times, torment me. Oh, so you can ban me. That's funny. Starts with an R and ends in a T. All right, here's a little topping tail from Zach here, DHT. By the way, somebody was asking about Zach's not in the room. Okay, he said he's coming back on Tuesday. So, but DHT through the 200-day moving average, but getting into that dicey little area where it could stall because it's a whole number. If it doesn't, the next high is 555. But this is coming from his topping tail scan. And it is shortable for me at Interactive Broker, so I'm just going to keep an eye on this. The only problem I've got is that to me, it looks like there could be some decent support around 586, which is only a dime away. You know, it looks like there could be some support here. So now if I get a little more aggressive, no, even here, look at the 5-minute chart. So it just doesn't have enough, to my eye anyway, that it could move down. So consequently, won't take the trade. Meanwhile, Sting, and again, isn't this, well, this is inland water freight transportation, so I'm not sure what the, you know, I'll call it the same sector as the other ones, and that's through the 200-day moving average. And that is Sting, STNG. Actually, you're wrong, William. Ha! You are actually wrong. That you're right. That does start R and end in T, but that's not the one. But you know what the one is. Can't fool me. So band is pushed down again. I'm not in it anymore, but band is pushed down again a little bit. So, you know, look, if it takes out 3150, I mean, it could continue down. I'm not in it anymore, but I'm going to stick an alert there. Again, still an all-time low. The spread has spread got pretty crazy there for a while for band. So yeah, if you went to my homepage and you tried to load several of those scans, I just checked to see which ones aren't loading. So I'll have to I'll make sure they all load tomorrow. One of the things that happens sometimes, if you, well, you may not notice, but I mean, when I would go file load from cloud, it would take forever. not forever, but it was taking a while for finally to get this to pop up. If that is happening to you, that means that what you've done is you've probably got the same scan over and over and over again, or a lot of different scans over and over and over again. Now, my excuse, of course, is that I was always handing them out, copying and then handing them out, and they were going into the cloud. And that really, really slows down, the cloud. And so what I did last night is I took out all of the duplicates in both my top list and my alerts, never thinking that would be a link that was in my homepage. So I still have the scans. It's just that I would have taken out something like a duplicate, and that would have been the one that was in my homepage. So, but some of them are still there. I'm even thinking about just creating like sharing the doc. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but that make it really easy. Just you can have this, and then if you want to break one out, you can. You want this, and break one out, you can. Okay, well, it may be too late. It's a tough spread too. There's the HHR. It actually broke above here. This is a doc. This is just it's called, well, you can see what it's called. It'd be easy for me to just put those in the website, on my homepage, I should say. So what I am going to add in the room is these breaking up and down on volume. Okay, the breaking down on volume, they don't repeat, the breaking up. You want a lot more of an active scanner. This will do it, okay, for sure. This is a don't repeat, so these are the ones that showed up. But this is, the repeating version. And that I have not been, that is not in my homepage, but I think I'll add that one. And I think I'll add it as a doc. Okay, Vicky, you're banned. Go sit in the corner. Yeah, Montreal people don't play. You got that right. Another one, guys, is a defense stock, Kratos. I thought this was Israel, but I guess not. For some reason, I thought it was out of Israel. Texas stock, Kratos. Kratos. Let's see. It is now, well, it's positive now. The next high looking left is 1701. So that's very close. Looks like there's a ton of resistance coming up. This is kind of maybe a little bit primo to take a look at a short here, guys. To me, it looks like there's a lot of resistance coming up here. Now, of course, it's defense stock, so defense stocks are strong today, at least they should be. How is XLE doing now? No, still. I mean, look at that big 15-minute candle. Tried to come back a little bit, and then another hour down. And NAS is now positive. Okay, guys, there it went. There went the SHYF. I just mentioned it. It just showed up at 1 o'clock in the 10-day daily breakdown right here. Okay, so it is now starting to move off that 33. It's not an all-time low, but again, they don't all have to be. Is that a stock, BOPO? I don't know that one. Or Biopower, oh, it's under $1. Okay, typically I don't see these ones, and it's a pink sheet stock. Nothing wrong, but I just don't trade the pinks, and I don't really see anything under $1. But big day, yeah. Not a ton of volume. I mean, it's relative volume, yes, but not a ton of absolute volume for it. TLS, TELUS, not TELUS, not Canada TELUS, but TELOS, I guess, or earnings play. Actually, in the first, March the 1st. All right, guys. So I know, William, you know you have an alert. We have an alert on the topping tail for IoT. IoT. All right, so this is another one, William. I know you know, but STNG, another one, maybe a potential topper. Yeah, so unfortunately, Andre, well, some of them should work. Now the folder is very, very old. Yeah, that folder is super old, so I probably should get rid of this. Unfortunately, Andre, even I'm going to give you my home page, and my scans are there, but unfortunately, some of them are not. I made a mistake last night, and I deleted some, and I have to wait till the market closes before I can add them back. Okay, but if you go to my home page, yeah, what happened is I deleted some. So not all of them, but I can tell you things like, well, the gap continuation or reverse is gone, gap up and down shared, pre-market active is up and down, halts resumes. You know, I've actually know the ones that are not there right now. So, welcome, Andre. By the way, welcome. So I do apologize. Save my link, and then tomorrow, or even later on today, because once the market closes, I'm going to re-add them. So what you would see is here. All right, let me do it from scratch. You click on my homepage link. And when you go, and this is the scan section, click here. Okay, I know these ones are in. Yeah, so The ones that are not in are these ones, the gap up and down shared, pre-market actives up and down, and the halts resumes. And then most of these are not also. But save the link, and then later on today, if you check, you'll know immediately. The minute you click on a link, you see where it says unable to find this strategy, you'll know it's not there. I just can't do it now because I have to make sure I put them in correctly without sound alerts and all that, because I know not everybody wants to have this a sound alert on it. So how did you just find the room, out of curiosity, Andre? Are you a Trade Idea subscriber? Oh, you must be. You were trying to load because you could load them yesterday. So how did you find the room in the first place? Indo is not shortable for me. At least it wasn't. No, Indo is not shortable for me. $130? Okay, so that's in about 3 minutes, okay? Just kicked 27% down on earnings at HSC. Can't blame the market on these ones, You can't, company can't say, well, the market was bad. You can't do it. So a lot of these just bounce. So this had no bounce in it whatsoever, HSC. Oh, you're on the test drive. I see. Okay. Too bad you didn't know until yesterday that this room existed. But this room is like this. It's not just because of the test drive, okay? So this is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay? So it's like this all the time, not just because of the test drive. And then there's some that just not bouncing. Some of these oil stocks. Oil and financials. Look at Deutsche Bank. I mean, Deutsche Bank. with that float, 2 billion in the float to be down, 14%, and it's nothing to do with earnings. It's just the market. The financials are just getting wrecked. There it is. So Deutsche Bank looks just exactly like the XLF. How about Goldman Sachs? Are they taking it also? Yep. But they were way below that 200-day moving average. Wow. Gosh, I'd love to take this HSC, but I know I'm just chasing it. Remember, Andre, to save all your work, okay? All of your work. Anything that you create, any individual scans that you create, any layout that you create, save it to the cloud, okay? Save it to the cloud. The reason being is that if you decide you do want to take out a subscription later on, as long as you use the same link, or same email address that you used to sign up for the test drive, everything have done during the test drive will be there for you. It'll be in the cloud, okay? So make sure you save everything to the cloud. And if you take out a subscription, it doesn't matter if it's next week, next month, next year, next 5 years, it doesn't matter. As long as you saved it to the cloud. Now Corsair could be interesting. The reason it could be interesting, a little bit above the whole number, okay, CRSR. It's now gone positive. You look left, and the next high is 23, so it's about $1 away from that high, okay? The longer it holds over 22, if it takes a little move, well, it's a little bit of volume, that could get this running also. Though the market is not helping. There's nothing, I mean, the market is just sort of sitting here. So is the White House talking? Well, I can do a couple of things, okay? Because this is one that I'm going to add, okay, to my, it's not on my website right now, okay? It's the breaking up and down in volume, okay? So I think, you know, if you're looking for a pretty active scanner, these are the stocks that have come in today on the downside, and these are the upside. And this is just the, if you understand what I'm doing here, this is the don't repeat. That's what DR means, don't repeat. So for instance, first time I saw BP was at 9.33. The price was 29.75, and this was a potential short. Okay. No, I know. No, I understand. That's what I said, Andre. Nothing is work. Well, not nothing, but a lot of them are not working. I have to redo it. Not just in that folder, but also my website. But I can't do it now. I have to wait until the market's closed and okay. So what I was trying to say is, you know, here's BP. The first alert was at 9.33. The price was 29.75. So, you know, up at a stock that is breaking down on volume. That's the first time you see it. Now, you know, every time BP made a new low, that was the next new low, was at 26.86. You know, so you can kind of go back and you say, okay, you click on this and you say, what did it do from there? And you see the candle in which the alert happened, and you can say, wow, okay, that kept moving down. That's why I like to have the don't repeat. You kind of go back in time and see, okay, what did it do from that alert? And the candle is just telling you, sorry, not the candle, but the arrow, is just telling you the candle in which the alert happened. So on a 15-minute chart, that happened right off the bat. If I scrolled back on the 5, you'd see it, or back on the 2, you'd see it. Whoa, it's sorry, QIWI. So what happened with this one yesterday? I can't remember. Is this a? Oh yeah, this is you know, headquarters in Cyprus, but I guess it's you know, a Russian stock in essence, and so that's why this was down while doing all this the last couple of days, and I guess this is why it's down now. Because I don't see that. Well, let's take a look at RUSL. I don't see that. Yeah, I mean, there's been a bit of a bounce in the index or the ETF, but not like a tremendous one. Let's take a look at Yandex. Wow, Yandex at the beginning of the day. Yeah, I mean, really, it hasn't bounced. Okay, I mean, it just from 24 down to 13, 14. So it really hasn't bounced. I mean, not like the other ones that have really, really come back that are not Russia related. I mean, Indo should be toast anyway, but I mean, let's face it, the only reason it popped up, it happened to be an energy stock. So, like, all of the energy stocks had done this. I mean, it's nonsensical that it did this, but still up 40%. Are you on Windows 11, Vicky, yet, or still on 10? Oh, you're on. I don't mind it. I find it soothing. It's sort of like a melodic chime, as opposed to the beep or something. But this is a unique day. No way is it usually this active. Another one making another low here, guys. This did not bounce at all. So CSTM, it's not an earnings play. There's sort of a reason, I guess. This is an aluminum play, and I just see a little headline here. The White House is holding off from Russia sanctions hitting aluminum. So obviously, if there had been sanctions against Russian aluminum, the other aluminum players would have probably popped. But now that there are, as yet anyway, no sanctions, this is why I guess this one is dropping, CSTM. Well, it should be an interesting marketing meeting today. Have the marketing meeting at 2 o'clock on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And today, I think, wow, look at the market. Sorry, look at the market, guys. Tell you, these bouncers. I think, just looking here. Look, I'm looking at bounce plays from Zach, but the problem is that if it's an earnings play, and cratering on earnings, you probably won't get a great bounce. And if it's an oil play, an energy play, you probably won't get a great bounce. So what you'd want to see, in my opinion, is something not, or a financial. I don't think you'd probably get a great bounce. I'm going to add these to the website. Zach's bouncers and toppers. I'm going to add that one, so it'll be available. Well, look at the market, guys. I mean, the market is putting in a nice green bar here. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this nice green bar right here. I mean, if it takes this out, this 419 area, I mean, we may even go, this continues, get some volume, push it up, we may even go positive. I don't know about the Dow, but who cares about the Dow? Boy, Here's another one, Avaya, over the whole number, look left, and the high is 1369 at 1306. You know, that's got some room. Avaya's got some room. AVYA. Just pointing things out. Okay, I'm just pointing things out. Boy, a big comeback again for Hertz. HTZ was all the way down here at 15. About a $4 pop from the bottom. Ozone. Let's take a look at OZON from Vicky. 15-minute cross on deck. Well, it was here. Okay. I have the cross here at 10. So does that mean you're not using pre-market data? Well, I see it. I see it on my chart. It's already happened on the 15. I'm looking at a 15. On my chart, it happened at 10. Yeah. I know. I still think every time you guys talk about a cross on deck, it's way, if you're not using pre-market data, I always find it's you know, if you're using pre-market data, it always shows it a lot earlier. Now, maybe it's not as reliable. I don't know. I really don't know. And yeah, look at Peloton, PTON. Big, some volume came in. Okay, well, fair enough. Another one, guys, a gap down and reverse for HIMX. What's the next high looking left? Maybe a little too close. Yesterday's high was 1151. Too bad because that's a nice little break here. But to me, it's just, you know, that high is too close. You speaking now? Okay, well, let's see if there's any effect on the market. So I wonder what these guys are going to try. Clean Earth acquisition. So I guess obviously an environmental play. Yeah, well, not in this one anymore. It was just too slow for me. But MO starting to move down again. That was way too slow for me. Stop talking. All right, I got to put the chart up in case anybody's in this one, this RXT, but um, you still have room. I mean, there's the high, $12, right up here. So does Smirnoff have a ticker? That's a good. I don't know. I wonder who distributes Smirnoff in North America. I haven't checked Twitter today, so um, my feed looks good. You guys are talking about IRNT, that Iron Net or something. Iron Net. What do they do? Cybersecurity. Okay, so cybersecurity stocks are pretty. That's a pretty interesting break actually, because the next high looking left was about 550 right over here. So after that, you're looking at around 7. Yeah, it's an interesting. Be interesting to watch it tomorrow. Now that it has taken all this out, okay, and it's not a low float, 34 million in the float. All right, there's the SPY, guys. Okay, so whatever the White House is saying, it hasn't affected the SPY yet. And in fact, maybe it's affecting it in a good way. Look at this. Look at this. So bounce plays, guys. Look at this. That's a great move. That's a better move. Let's get this SPY. Let's get this big SPY chart up. There we go. Now you can really see it. Look at this move. And yeah, the gap down and reversals are just yeah, firing and firing and firing. Yeah, look at the SPY, almost, like almost neutral, almost. Dow is still down, but it's recovering too. Yeah, whatever the White House is saying, market's reacting well. But it's certainly not helping Peabody. The energy plays are just getting kicked. And of course the shorts now, shorting the Qs, not good. All right, what's happening with this one? CYRN. CYRN, look at the volume that's coming in. CYRN. It's actually an earnings play after hours today. Israeli stock. Okay, so they're releasing after hours today. Did not get hit with the market down at the beginning in the pre-market, not at all. It actually rallied right from the beginning, and some volume coming in. You look at the volume. CYRN. Mentioned Corsair on that 22 break, moving with the market. Market obviously helping. Yeah, so I see the cross right there. Yeah, I mean for Yandex. Again, obviously it's using pre-market data. It's it's the cross is at 1642. DCFC. Noticing this one is starting to do a little bit of a move here. Of course, this one last month was crazy, all the way up to 20. Ugly. Sorry, guys. I should not. I mean, it's not terrible in the 15. It's just an ugly 2 and 5 minute chart. Sorry to expose you to that. Now, this one is maybe a little late, but LNTH coming off. Let me expand this just a little bit. LNTH, so a little bit of a pullback, not huge. I mean, yeah, if you were able to short right at the top here, that would have been excellent. But now it looks like it's starting to run a little bit again. This is an earnings play. I mean, it's still up 35%, 36%. Lots of volume, 4.3 million shares, 27 times normal. So this one, if that, well, it really didn't care what the market was doing, because look at this. Remember, the market was crashing pre-market, and look what this was. Look what LNTH was doing. LNTH was doing. It did not care. So, if this gets going again, and it's an all-time high. I mean, not that. I mean, it's not an all-time high. Obviously, that would be the all-time high, 41. But I mean, it saved your life. No, no Yandex shorts. Funny. How did Uber do? Uber, I'm sure Uber must have bounced. Yeah, look at that. I mean, this was down quite a bit in the pre-market, and look at that bounce. I'm sure Lyft did the same thing. LYFT. This has probably been one of the best days for bounces in a long time. All right, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement in. I'll be in this marketing meeting. I will put myself on mute momentarily. CYRN, guys, I just mentioned that one. It just now through 3. The volume came in. It's a bad spread. I'm just looking now. 295, 307. That's stupid. You know, I might catch up, but I mean that's a bad spread for a $3 stock. Now it just caught up a little bit, 305. You gotta be awfully careful then. But indicative of a 2.6 million in the float also. Very, very low float. All right, William, you know Bird. Bird is the word. 925 was the next high. Right here is 987. So this is showing up on Zach scan, topping tail. Looks like it is above the 5-minute Bollinger Band. Excuse me. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back, and as always, these meetings are very long. So I'm just getting back now. What time is it? And it's almost time for me just to go on mute. I'll keep the room open, of course, until 3:30. Keeping an eye on this Indo, guys. This Indo won a race, and it actually looked good. Okay, there's a nice little pop here. So keep an eye on the Indo. If it can get close to 11, and if it can take out 11, you never know. But of course, this is, be careful. It's only 1.5 million in the float, so to be awfully careful. And let me just see. Okay, so I'm just going to put the announcement in, and I've got to work on my website, not my website, my home page, in order to get the scans up and running again that I accidentally deleted. So I'm going to just put myself on mute now, and room will be open until 3:30. And don't forget, Chris Farley will be in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. And before I leave, before I shut this room down, I will put the YouTube link in so you can head over there if you want. All right, guys, what a day. What a day.
transfer, check the audio. Alright, audio is good too. So, alright everybody, happy Friday Junior or Thursday or whatever you like to call it. Trade Ideas Late Day Q&A here. Do this live as a Q&A for users or those that are thinking about becoming subscribers of Trade Ideas to get the most from the software that they can. Ask your questions about scanning, whether it is our compare count windows or our alert windows or top lists, so on and so forth. Fire those questions away for us here. Of course, as always, if you give me the silent treatment, I'll do what I can to keep it interesting. So, no lack of interesting at the moment in the market and the world and all that. So, is Bitcoin up or down? I have no clue, but I would suspect it's. I mean, based on what time frame? I don't know. Let me pull something up here. I don't really do a whole lot in the crypto world. I mean, Bitcoin, it's at 38,500 right now, almost 38,600 actually. So for whatever that's worth, I think it was as low as, I don't know, 34K last night or something. Yeah, yeah, somewhere around 34K. I guess it was as low as just above 34K. So I guess it's up from its most recent bottom, we can call it. Mike C, how are you? So again, got some races going on here. We can take a look at what's going on in any of those. I don't know if there's a whole lot to note. Big volume spike in TOI, whatever's going on there. That's gonna, I'm sure, maybe a news release or something like that, press release for some kind of drug or something they're working on. Let's see, what does IB say? Anything? Any news? Nope, not really. No news that I can see, but wow, that thing is taking off right now. CYH, let's take a look. Oh, TOI just halted. CYH. Looking like a lot of charts from today. Got this big reversal going on. Interesting though, it actually gapped up today and then came down, banged around. Well, no happy accident. I think that it banged around this area here for finding legs with the rest of the market. So always interesting to see things like that. It gives you a pretty defined risk level, I'd say. I don't know how far back. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Bang. Didn't quite touch it here. Bang again, just slightly through it and back up again. So always interesting how those things work out. What else is happening? KTOS, this came on one of my early scans. Should have been on that one today. I said there's just no way that could take out, or that we could have what happened and this thing just continues to fall. And just a real easy steady climber the whole day here. So But Monday quarterback hindsight, all those things like that. So all that fun stuff. What else do we have? We had high flyer of the day. I traded one of the high flyers on the day, INDO. I was coming through an early race, decided to jump on it early, selling on the way up. I'll be honest, I made a Twitter post somewhere in this area here, I think it was. And I thought, all right, we got a descending triangle happening here. If we can bust through that, maybe that's going to go. And no, absolutely not. And I was going to take another trade on it, and I didn't. And that's what happened. So, I stick to the rule, said it didn't break out the way I thought it was going to. And so I stayed right away from it on a second entry. Actually, it would have been a third entry. And worked out like that. So what else do we have? YNDX. It's an interesting one here today. So, gapped way down here. And curling, this has been on my scans for a long time today, quite a few times. Let's see, 9 winners there on it. And yeah, some uncharacteristic trades for me, but I've done well with some of them recently. So I pick my risk levels, define my risk levels, and stick to that plan. That's all you can really do, right? HHR, that was another Russian stock that gapped down and started to reverse. But these things just, I didn't have the stomach for that right there, and just didn't work out anyways. So. But all the same, these are things that have popped up on my scans throughout the day, and I'm going to note them and watch and all those things like that, all that fun stuff like that. So, big proponent of the races at this point. My next step when I start to get some free time, took me a while to get some free time to really get into the racing, but my next step with the racing is trying to figure out a way to implement racing into swing trading. Because generally speaking, my swing trading ideas have come from top lists, but usually, before the market opens or after the market has opened. And that's kind of the way that went. Y-index, not really a Russian stock. Oh, no, but HHR is a Russian stock. What is this? Terrible recognizing flags, huh? Netherlands, that's what I thought. Similar flags, but no, HHR was the Russian stock. Okay, so what else is happening? There must be other interesting things happening, no? Someone must have something. Vodka stocks. When I did drink, it was the one thing I did not like to drink. Me and vodka did not get along. Everything else, no problem. Well, different problems, but for some reason, vodka and I were just not, we were not friends. So what else has happened here? HSC. Yep, lost it. There we go. There's HSC. What's happening there? Woof. Woof. Hazardous waste and disposal. I guess that's not the business to be in today, huh? Yeah, CYR. Yep, CYRN. And that thing had a shot up cloud stock. Speaking of, some interesting stuff, I pointed this out with the traders earlier today. Saying cloud kind of reminds me. Look at the sector list. Look at what our big winners are on the day, going positive. I mean, that's, I don't know. Lots of thoughts that pop into my head about these things. I don't, I make my own market calls in my head. I prefer not to share most of my stuff out loud because who am I? But I can't help but notice some of these things here that are just super beat up. Are they just catching a bid because they're so beat up? You know, I mean, look at some of these things that just all the top stuff here in my ETF list. The exception of uranium. I mean, uranium's beat up, but different idea behind beat up in uranium. Anyways, just something to worth noting. Some of these things here, SOXX, your semiconductors, not overly beat up. Considering where the top is and where these things have come from for that. But look at come back in this and look at tan. Tan is just, I mean, that's as ugly as a sector gets. This clean energy is as ugly as a sector gets. Cloud computing, as ugly as a sector gets. So are they just, catching way oversold bids? Yeah, not conducive for trade. Yeah, when I gave up drinking, one of the reasons I gave up drinking was because of trading. I decided that I couldn't drink and trade the next day. My brain just didn't work the way I needed it to, and so my love of trading overwhelmed or overtook my love of drinking, and I did love drinking. But I decided I needed a life change. So, anyways, fun story. DRD. That's something I haven't seen in a while. So, and also, other things that, really looking at here, I would have thought GDX, we'd have caught a much bigger bid in GDX today. Got that big gap up and just really fell apart today. GLD, again, and again, I like these charts on daily charts. There's wedges and, descending triangles and things like that I really like on some of these charts. And at the same time, they just can't seem to like do what I'm looking for them to do for me to get interested. Um, what do we, ARGO? I feel like ARGO is on one of my scans. ARGO, and then Justin put something in here. Yeah, ARGO was coming through my races either both yesterday and today. Maybe I'm not even sure. Justin, what I would point you towards is trying to figure out some of the new highs versus new lows with compare count windows is what you're talking about. But you have to make the compare count window what you want. See, what I've got going on in these compare count windows is, they're cordoned off by market cap here. And so I wouldn't even have to look at the market to know that the market just ripped into the close, essentially, was ripping into the close. Um, so that's, my 2 cents there, anyways. So, we could do something with compare count windows. I've never really built compare count windows, to be honest, only a couple times. Um, just to help some people, I have the compare count windows that I like, and I've kind of stuck to those. But we can mess around and do that in a second, Justin, see what we can find. And then, let's see. We're going to call you Gal because you got Gal in your name twice, or we can call you O because you come up as an O for an abbreviation. Do you have any built-in scanners based on earnings, breakouts, or candlesticks, dojis, Rami? Intraday, no. As far as the candlesticks go, daily, yes. So what you can do on any scan is if you were to right-click a scan and come to the configure, and it doesn't matter what scan it is, and you go to symbols list, go to add symbol, you can search on these daily ones here, doji and stuff like, all these things like that, and that's what we'll offer there. The problem with finding other candlesticks like what you're looking for in general, whether it's a daily chart or intraday, is we don't compare candles. Just not something we can do with the technology. And so you'd have to do kind of a guess and check build, and it's not going to turn you everything you want, but you have to do something with using range and position and range filters. So, you'd be looking at, again, come to configure and you start to search. Hi, don't get hung up on me. So here we go. Come to configure and search. Decides to work today. You'd look at, I'd say, range and a combination of position and range also, and possibly even change, and look for the time frames that you want and trying to coordinate something like that. But doing just dojis outright with our software is tough. It's not something that can just outright be done, especially intraday. For earnings, we have an entire channel based on earnings though, so we can go, and where are you, channel bar? We have an entire channel based on earnings somewhere. Earnings right here, so you can go to the earnings channel here, and you can always do that like that too. And then, I always point people towards Barry. He has his earnings play scans. So, here's Barry's channel. I'll bring it up, or his homepage. Dun, dun, dun. So, you can always come to Barry's homepage and click here for his scans. And let's see, he has earnings somewhere. Breakout, halts, resume, compare, count. Earnings up, earnings down. So, you can always right click, copy link address, and then go file, load from cloud, and you have an earnings scan right there, right there. So unable to load this item not found. Well, that's interesting. Let's try it like this. All right, go ahead and click on that. Now let's try that. Copy, file, load from cloud, load. That's strange. Did Barry delete it? Did he change it? I have to reach out to him. All right, just reach out to him. And then, we could mess around and build an earnings scan as well. We can go new, and we could do this as a top list. And search, let's, start with earnings. Earnings date, add that filter. And so 0.75 would give us after today, and then minus 0.75 I think would go back to yesterday, right? Am I doing that right? I always screw this one up. Earnings will be reported no later than, yeah. So, we'd start, immediate earnings, and we can build this out from here, price range. I don't know, let's throw $4 in there. Make a relative volume of 2 for fun. No, let's get rid of relative volume, because in case someone wants to run the pre-market, but let's give it a minimum of 10,000 shares. And, I'll make this so that you could use it in the pre-market if you wanted. And essentially just simple earnings, I'll call it. And what's going to happen with this is it's sorting on based from change from close percent. So it's going to populate the top 100 stocks based on these filters, and then a change from close. And then, you can take this and whatever you like to do with it. Configure, save or share to cloud, and anybody that wants that, please just save it to the cloud, because in a day or 2 or 3 I will delete it from my cloud. So there you go. So the earnings one, that's simple enough, and you can take that and whatever you want to add it. Alright, so Barry, he was cleaning out his cloud, and he's going to relink them later. So here's Barry's homepage, anybody wants to mark it. And then, maybe I'll give him till tomorrow morning to relink everything the way it was. There you go. So that's Barry's homepage. You can get all of his scans that way too. And then wait, K2. Sorry, ARGO, we talked about ARGO, we talked about that. I used a similar menu to filter my end results, for example, price range. Got what I want. Okay, very good. Yep. RXT is an example. So RXT, that's RXY, we want RXT. There we go. So let's take a look here. So you're looking to see stuff that was really beat down, essentially, TRD? And sorry, there's no way to change colors there, Fluke. No way to change colors on Holly. So I'm guessing you want to see stuff that really, is beaten up. And I mean, it had big volume. It's well above its average volume right now. So XRT is kind of tough. Oh, you're saying XTR? I'm an idiot. Sorry. I apologize. Long day. Yeah, what I would say is, because you're doing 1.75 times the volume, so what you're going to want to look for is things maybe in some sort of range that are doing near their normal volume, is what I would go with. That's what I'd point you at, I guess. So let's see. Where's my menu bar? Well, let's do a couple of things here. First, we'll start with new, and we'll go alert window, and we're just gonna make this whatever for a moment. Get rid of this menu bar out of the way. Alright, and we're going to use the stocks like this page. And we'll come to the support here. Traders area, stocks like this. And let's see, RXT. And let's go with, I don't know, let's say, what time do we want to be alerted on that? Because this thing didn't go positive till late in the day here. Well, let's just for fun put 11 o'clock, 11:30 Eastern, all right? And we can look here at, some of the, we can call it, yeah, you can call that an inverse head and shoulders. I mean, we can look at it right here like this. There's your inverse head and shoulders. And, that would be our neckline. Well, anyways, what I'm doing with the stocks like this page here is this. Trying to figure what alerts and things would it have met throughout the day, because we wouldn't have gotten a new high till way late in the day. So let's see, earlier in the day, what was the relative volume here? Where are you, relative volume? Relative volume. So it had a massive relative volume early in the day. At 11:30 Eastern, look at what its relative volume was. It was doing 4 times what it normally does. So the volume collapsed through the day. Now here it's picking up, which is just normal, but the volume collapsed throughout the day. So I wouldn't say it's a low volume stock necessarily. Because look, this volume candle today is taking out everything going back, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it's going to take out all the volume candles of the last 10 days. But what I'd point you towards, TRD, is this. Use the stocks like this page, and based on when you would have wanted to be alerted, and then take 2 or 3 filters and use those to work off of. That's what my suggestion would be. I don't know if you want to, if you're looking at it on a longer term basis or just an intraday basis. But, like if we go through charts, almost every chart is going to have this today. I mean, look at most of the things are going to follow this here. So, it's going to be a lot of stuff that just followed this kind of stuff today. Now, this gap down and just went this way. RTX actually gapped up. Oops. RTX actually gapped up and then fell. And then reversed. So, because, look, so we, the combination of things that you're going to find for this specific day, you need something that gapped up because here's where it closed, here's where it's opened, and then it ran down. So you're looking at kind of like washout bounces. In fact, I might have something that, let me take a look at something here. Load from cloud. I'm wondering what this is going to look like. Time frame, live during market hours. Get rid of that 5-day. Opens us up quite a bit. Let's see if we can find things that actually make sense though. So look, we're going to find these tails here. Alright. Now we just got to find actually quality charts. Or quality stocks, I should say. RXT, not okay. So where I actually did start off was this. So yeah, this is not doing low volume. This is this is doing 4 times normal volume right now. So we're definitely not working with low volume. And so this is going to be a gap down actually and a reverse. Sorry, I was just looking at something really fast here. So no, we're not looking at things. Let me get rid of this washout bounce because that's not going to make any sense anyways then. So we're looking at things doing 4 times as normal volume. Now it didn't have a big volume spike today, so maybe smooth it out with a max 1 minute volume or something like that. But I mean, even look at this 1 minute volume on the close right here. It was doing. Look at that 1 minute volume on the. Look at that 1 minute volume right now for RXT. No problem. Sorry, just trying to think off the top of my head what we do to isolate this here. So XTR. Well, let's mess around with something here for a second. Ah, yes, good old Raytheon. All right, so let's do this. Configure. I don't know why I'm getting so hung up right now. Symbols lists. So, if you're building a scan based on a specific symbol and trying to capture things that look like that, um, let's see here. So RXT. All right, so that's what we're going to start with. And let's search. Let's give it some. Let's go with maybe a $4 minimum. We won't put a max on there for now. Let me look at this chart some more for a second here. So we gap down. All right, so let's put a gap in there and figure. Gap percent, let's add that filter. Let's go with down minus 0.5. So we gap down 0.5%. All right, what else do we want to look at now? Let's put a max on the volume. Let's put a max on 1 minute volume. Let's put a max there. We're trying to avoid big spikes, so let's see, what do we want for a max? Let's put 1,000 on there, so we know we can't be doing more than 10 times that. All right, let's see if we've got it so far. All right. Odd. So this didn't even gap down 0.5%. Is that what it's telling me? Why is that not coming up? What did we put in here that would stop it from coming up? No, I mean, I don't mind. We've got time. There's not really much else coming in for questions at the moment, so why not mess around? Maybe we all learn something together while we're doing this. I mean, if other people have questions, please throw them in for me. I'm curious, did that take it out? That wouldn't make sense. Had to have been under that at some point during the day. So I guess it's the gap filter. What did it gap? Well, let's take a look at stocks like this. What did you gap? Gap down 7%. Oh, I know what it is. I put the gap wrong. That's what I did. I put the gap filter wrong. It's got to be that. There's no more than 0.5. All right. I always do that when it's negative numbers. Minus 0.5. All right. There we go. Now let's put this 1,000 in there. All right. And let's see. History today. How early did we have it coming in? Let's look at some other numbers in there. So we get it early, but we know we've gotten a ton of other stuff in there too. So what else? And we didn't get it that many times either. You know, we only got it this amount of times here with this crossed above resistance. So it might be something also that we look at and decide we don't want to go crossed above resistance. Yeah, across the 200. Yeah, see, I stay away from moving. I'm just not a moving average person. And we could do that, and we could even find it here in the stocks like this page. So change. $200 SMA. Way below it, I guess, huh? Configure. What else can we mess with here? All right, you know what? You're trying to find stuff that's kind of more smooth. So let's see what RSI was looking like. So let's keep a modest RSI here. Let's go with a 5-minute RSI. Let's keep it between 40 and 60. And what I'm really trying to do here is when we let this run with all stocks, to try to not have a gajillion, zillion, million stocks coming through it. So 40 to 60. And again, history today. That can't be the only time it alerted. Oh no, because that was on that specific time frame, Chris. That's what your problem is. I'm guessing that pinch play then maybe has some RSI on there. So what time are we looking at here? 11:30. Let's go 10. Probably never crossed resistance while that filter was met is the issue. Yeah, crossed above resistance wasn't a filter. It wasn't an alert that was met at that time. Alright, so maybe we change the alert. Let's go with a different alert. Let's see if 5-minute high looks better. Alright, so it's a little better there. Alright, now I'm curious, what does this look like if we let all stocks come in? The idea is get, you know, a good amount of ideas aside from XRT. We want to see things that look like XRT, but we also don't want to see a lot of noise either. So let's take a look at how that's a lot of alerts. That's a lot of alerts. There's so many alerts that we can't even go back through the day. I have to tone that down more. So let's see. Back to specific filters. Let's give it a max of 5 on the relative volume. That's not helping our cause. Got it. Alright, yeah, so we still would have got it by putting that max relative volume filter in there. Let's narrow it down to the price range. Let's put a $50 max on there. That'll help narrow some stuff down. And let's throw a minimum volume filter in here. You'd have to email it in, and then I could share the link here because you guys can't share links in here. Alright, still coming in a bunch. Now let's take a look and see if we cut any noise out with what we just did. Yeah, you got a TRD. Alright, that cuts some noise down for us. Still a lot of alerts, but certainly makes it more palatable than it was before. Just have an idea of some of these things that came through. Alright, so maybe we give it a minimum relative volume too. Let's do that. Dun, dun, dun. So you want to see we're over, but not too far over. The pinch chart that you have, it's a TI chart just with indicators on it. Is that what it is, Michael Anthony? Bird. GNK. Let's go back on a time frame here. Let's put noon. We'll go with noon 15 for fun. Let's go with 9. Well, you're looking for stuff a little on the later side, so let's go with 9:50. Because it's hard to know anything about volume, in the first 20 minutes of trading anyways. Ooh, can't even go that far back. All right. Wow. There's a lot of alerts coming through this thing. Still can't get all the way back. Oh, okay. Barry's watch list up. So yeah, you can get that right out of the channel bar. But the reason why it's on Barry's watch list up is because he put it on a symbols list, so it's specifically looking at that stock among other stocks, of course, too. I'm just trying to think of other ways we can knock out some of this noise, and that's why I like to use certain alerts. That 5-minute high. What happens if we use new high? Let's add that. Knocks out a lot of the noise. Now let's look at what were we looking at? RXT. So we would have only gotten this one alert from it for new high. Is that correct? That can't be right. How could that be? What would be blocking it from coming in up here? Doesn't make sense. Sorry, still trying to spitball some ideas in here. And I can't understand why this isn't making a new high. That can't be blocking it. That can't be blocking it. Alright, I think I know, because it had this spike here, and so it doesn't make another new high here, and there must be filters that are not satisfied later in the day. So I think we kind of have the filter set that we want. The issue is going to be finding that alert that's going to work well with this. And that's also not going to give you 1,000 alerts either. I'll try maybe 15-minute high. Nope. You don't want any of these running up or running down because you're trying to avoid all that stuff. I really stuck with the 5-minute, I think. No, this is going to work. Very liquid stock. Probably crossed the mill shares traded. Let's do this. Throw 100 there too. Really what I'm just trying to do at this point is make it so there isn't, literally 2,000 alerts coming through this window. But when you're trying to get something specific to just one stock, it makes it tough. Alright, that makes it a lot more palatable by doing that. So, alright, we're going to go with this, because I think that knocks out quite a bit. And you can take it and, refine it a little bit more. So, configure. So, like what was that? XRT? Can't even remember now. RXT. RXT 224 2022 to reference when it was like that from. And we're gonna save or share to cloud. And anybody that wants that, there you go. And just make sure you please save it, because like I said, or as I always say, be going through and deleting things on my cloud at some point. There you go. Yeah, you're welcome, TRD. You can take it and refine it a little bit. As maybe you run it for a couple days and you see things coming on there, and you can use, again, use that stocks like this, page to figure out metrics that may be able to tone down the amount of alerts that are coming out of that. And that's what I'd point you towards that. It's a great tool in a lot of senses. It's just that don't get over hung up on trying to narrow down too many filters either. You got it, Mike C. Thank you. My first buy was 11. Fell on the green line today. I'm guessing your green line is a moving average. Well, that's part of a strategy that you built, so it's important to have that. That's why I kind of keep my charts the way I keep them. It fits into what I do for a trading strategy myself. I've really toyed with the notion of just completely getting rid of all moving averages. As you can see, I don't use a whole lot here. Just not my cup of tea with moving averages. Not anymore, anyways. So, all right, let's take a big look at, today was, it's a big deal today. Was this just, people were short and they covered? People have been short back here and they're covering today. Is this a bigger thing here? Close green. That's, we didn't just close green by a little bit. We really closed green today. We'll see. Obviously all going to depend on, the news everybody obviously knows. Because, look, we had a great earnings season again. And even with a great earnings season, look what happened this earnings season. Earnings season started, shortly after the beginning of January. So let's say earnings season started somewhere in here and crashed on earnings season. We started to rebound because we had good earnings, and we still ended up crashing even with all those good earnings. And crash is relative, obviously. Which two green lines are you talking about? I mean, if it's two green lines, I'm guessing you have to be looking at some kind of moving average, right? An upper green line and a lower green line. But it's got to be some kind of moving average, or are you using Bollinger Bands? Or are you using Kelter Bands? I mean, it's got to be an indicator on the chart, right? But where's this? Like, we don't have something called pinch chart. You know, we've got Kelter channels. Is that what we're looking at? Don chain. You know, it's like if there's something on our chart, it has to be coming from one of these here. And you know, it's the color's customizable. Like, you know, my moving averages don't have to be or you have to send the you'll have to email the chart, and you can't share the link here. That's why. Um, and I do have to run in a moment here. So if you want to email it in there fast, I'll share a link to the chart for everybody here. You got it, Mike C. No, we don't have Andrew's pitchfork. I wonder how many people actually even know what Andrew's pitchfork really is. Take care, Dave. Thank you very much. And so I give you another minute here if you wanted to send that in, Michael, that chart, and then I'll share the cloud link here to everybody. But I have to run in a second here. I cannot stick around for overtime today. That's only in our super deluxe package. VIP, very VIP to get that Amish hay fork. Well, it's funny because I'm doing the CMT course right now, and so all that stuff is in Andrew's pitchfork and speed lines, and there's so many ridiculous charting whatevers in there. It's really kind of insane, kind of funny actually, comical. I don't see the link. I don't think you can share links here. Pretty sure it was, yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't share a link. Yeah, I'm not seeing a link. Yep, no link. So, all right, I do have to run today, but if, Michael, if you want to send that in to the info at and just put it at, attention to me, and I can share it in here tomorrow with everybody, that the cloud link to that. So yeah, because only I can share links in here. It's protection because we have people coming in and spamming us all the time. You guys don't always see it, but we have to block them. Otherwise people will be coming in here and dropping links all the time. So anybody that wants that, hopefully if Michael can send that in to me tonight to the email address, and I'll share that out with everybody tomorrow. So, all right, everybody, happy Thursday evening to you. I do have to run, and we'll catch you all back here tomorrow. All right, take care and have a great rest of your day.